just to display some of the incredible work that the students have been working on in the past month or so. So thank you so much all for joining us on this special day. It's the first presentation, Chapter 1, for our Master of Science in Computational and Advanced Design, a program accredited by the UACG in Sofia, Bulgaria. And as we start, I would like first to thank our students who have been working very hard. They have really been pushing themselves outside of, their comfort zone. And as well as our incredible team that has been working with them, our chapter leads, Nicholas Turkey, Alexander Bursak, Keyur Mistry, who generously shared their wisdom and outstanding knowledge of Maya and ZBrush workflows. Our core leads, Eva Hefes and Tung Nenjen and Pedro Venegas Rodriguez, who have been by the student side full-time, guiding and supporting them through the process. Thank you all so much for being part of this, and also my partners, Tatelina and Michael. It's really an incredible, it's incredible to be working with you guys. So today we have some guests from last year's students that are going to be joining us in and out. So thank you guys so much for coming and for supporting us. And we're excited to share what we have been working this year also. And we're going to have also some incredible guests who have joined us today, and they're going to join some of the conversation about the designs that we're going to see. And again, as the presentation is a little bit longer, some people might be joining, on different time. So we have Chad Knight, who is the head of design in Wilder World, who is going to be joining us today. Oleg Soroko, on the head of procedural design in Wilder World. Mike Pell, director of Microsoft Garage. Sean Pryor, who is a 3D animator, PlayStation. Lee Sauder, senior concept designer, PUBG. Jason Taylor, senior lecturer at Manchester University. Brandon Gobi, lead concept designer at Wilder World. Asher Levine, founder of Asher Levine, and Danny McKillis, who is a CAD and 3D surfacing expert at Logitech in Ireland. So super excited to have you all guys here and to hear your feedback and how you view some of those projects, and any kind of ideas. They're very much appreciated. So thank you so much for joining us. And before we start the presentations today, I'd just like to start with, an introduction of the program itself. And also Anouk Wiprecht, she actually is joining us from Hawaii, and it's a crazy time there. Thank you, Anouk.
Sure.
Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. So yes, before we start, I would just like to introduce the program. It pushes the boundaries of design, and it transcends through a multitude of scales and challenges while advancing immensely the students' design and software capabilities. It's organized in 5 design chapters and 5 technical and theoretical labs. And that all the academic year spans over these 9 months. So during this design chapters phase, students respond to a scenario that they build themselves in the theoretical and concept lab, and start with a generation of an enhanced human body mutation and prosthesis. And then they progress into the next chapters to develop more complex design entities and build global systems, networks, reaching a state of cosmogony. And for the first module that we're focused on today, basically commences on the students envisioning the fundamental element, the human body and the technological future this body will operate within. The students are discovering new worlds in a way, and this helps them look into mutations and prosthesis, technological, cultural prosthesis, working with half human, half machine, exoskeletons, augmented beings, based on, like the conditions of this new world that they're creating. And the students also develop specific prosthetic apparatus that serves as design elements and technological augmentations. And upon extensive research and series of studies, they conceptualize a specific scenario to pursue during this master's program. And that's how all these chapters are built one after the other based on this concept. They're also equipped with polygonal and mesh-based modeling techniques to develop their prosthetic extensions. And in these chapters, they're exposed to various design strategies focused mainly on polygonal modeling. So Maya and ZBrush in terms of hard and surface modeling, and advanced subdivisions modelings, mesh sculpting, manipulations, deformations. So we will be reviewing around 16 projects today. So please keep in mind that presentations should be contained within 5 to 7 minutes, and the reviews will have to be, again, like around 5 minutes to 7 for each team. And we'll have Eva and Tung that will be helping us keep time. So without further ado, I'll hand it off to the first team.
Okay, so we can start with Group A. We have Prasad from Team A1, and he can start his project.
All right. So, yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm Prasad, and I welcome you all to the story of the Aurelian. It all started in the year 2222, the beginning of the end. Vast amounts of land had been reclaimed by the oceans. People left their cities in search of refuge. It was only a matter of time until the big nations of the world started an all-out nuclear war. This resulted in a permanent nuclear winter. Humanity was on the brink of collapse. The only survivors of this catastrophe were the aquanauts of Project Aurelian, Captain Spectre and his diverse crew of 300. Its major goal was to establish a fully functioning, inhabitable ecosystem underwater. They wore biomechanical suits with artificial gills made by extracting hydrozoan or jellyfish DNA. Located in a blind spot 30 meters below the sea level of the coast of the Indian Ocean, the habitat was relatively unharmed by the winter for a short period. Increasing radiation levels made them deep dive into the ocean to survive. Unbeknownst to them, they were already irradiated. The exposure had caused their hydrozoan cells to mutate. Captain Spectre was the first one to take notice. His head sprouted tentacles, and they were able to breathe underwater unassisted. The radiation had damaged most of the human organs, and they had to replace them with mechanical ones to survive. He grew a gelatinous prehensile membrane that helped in rapid movement with ocean currents, and eventually all 300 of them morphed. The membrane had an orifice that released polyps. The polyps attached themselves to the rocks in the ocean bottom. Feasting on microorganisms, it soon started growing into a pod-like structure that could provide spaces for the society to function when equipped with advanced technology at hand. The structures grew vertically, connected by a network of tentacles. These tentacles branched out horizontally and assisted in formation of the clusters. These clusters developed into small cities, which then grew into the system that we now call New Earth. Now, what really happened in Project Aurelian? What went wrong? Who are these beings? What powers do they actually possess? Let's deep dive as well. Let's start with how the mutation actually happened. When the captain and his crew were exposed to the radiation, their DNA was damaged. A double-strand break was introduced, which essentially meant that their genetic material was compromised and needed to be repaired. Owing to the similarity with the jellyfish DNA and the physiological conditions at that time, a misrepair caused the mutation to occur. Now, let's take a look at the graph. The mutation is slow at the beginning and then surges at M1, and then a slow rise to M2, and it almost plateaus at M3. The M4 stage is when they start to die, and then they become a polyp. Here you can see sketches of the captain and the mask he wore in the pre-mutation stage. The body completely transforms in terms of proportion and is mechanized. Various designs had to be explored to ensure that the captain and his crew had fully functioning implants that not only helped them survive, but also helped them thrive as apex creatures of the ocean. Now, a closer look at how the captain actually mutated. So, for the upper body, in stage M1, the radiation first affects the brain, and advanced mechanical interventions help the captain survive, but now as a fully functioning cyborg. In M2, the tentacles start growing from the now mutated brain. The captain acquires more jellyfish-like characteristics at this point. In M3A, a gelatinous bubble-like membrane envelops the shoulder and now reaches down the limbs. In M3B, a gelatinous umbrella is formed. Maturity has been reached. The medusa now produces polyps. The gelatinous membrane starts taking over the cyborg parts of the body. Now, a closer look at the torso. So the torso at first starts mutating into bluish, almost rubber-like material. And then in stage M2, the chest then turns gray and patches of dark blue skin start appearing on the torso. The oral arms are also developed. Now, the torso then cracks open and the gelatinous bubble starts emerging. In M3B, the torso bubbles are now the primary source of the oxygen to the body. The captain's body also gave him a lot of new abilities that he used. So let's start looking at them. So first, a gelatinous membrane is basically an epidermal layer. The jellyfish bell that consists of 95% water, it pulsates to provide propulsion for the locomotion. It absorbs oxygen through diffusion, and then you have neural tentacles, which are an extension of the mutated brain, and then this basically branches out to form the bell and the muscular support system. Then it has stinging cells that are used to attack the prey. Then the shoulder sacs, and then the torso sacs, a breathing apparatus that diffuses oxygen to the body, and then the membranes that start leaking from the body and then into the cyborg starts overtaking the cyborg body as well. Now, as for the mechanized parts, it includes a CPU, danger sensors that transmit data to other humanoid cyborgs, an artificial vocal cord that enables him to speak to sea creatures, and mechanical vents for thermal regulation. He also has a filtration system that keeps the jellyfish venom from mixing with his blood, with his human blood, a strength enhancer, and also an agility booster at his legs that help him navigate the ocean currents. The bioluminescent bell pulsates to convey messages. The extensive tentacles have venomous darts that paralyze the prey along with the venomous sac. And then the mouth is situated at the base of his umbrella. The polyps are released from here. The oral arms are for feeding and for attacking prey. Now here's a close-up of his intimidating head. The bulbous breathing sacs that actually break out from his skin and help him breathe. The gelatin membrane taking over the cyborg body. The thin tentacles with the venom sacs and the oral arms extending from them. The captain was a man of many layers when he was a human, and as a humanoid,
Prasad, your time is up. Just wind up in 2 more sentences now.
All right. Okay. So this is basically the skin. Is how he looks when he's layered, and then okay. So these are the exploded views. And this is the decay stage where the polyp, then he becomes a polyp when he transforms from the humanoid into a complete polyp. So you can see that all of his mechanical parts have been shed to become more gelatinous layers, which are then formed. Then he becomes like look at his legs where he loses his cyborg parts as well. So he starts losing one by one, and you have these strands which form. And then finally, you have the polyp, which is ready to become the next corpuscle, and is ready for his next adventure. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Prasad.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing with us today. I just wanna, before we start, I just want to let everyone know that the students the majority of them haven't used the polygonal modeling techniques before that. So it's the first venture for them working with a lot of like this software. So definitely a great, work, Prasad. You've pushed yourself so much as, like also like a team of one. You're really doing an amazing job. It's very cohesive, the project, and like everything that you're very true to the ideas that you had from the beginning. So I'm happy to see like this development. I would say that for the design stage, something that I'm missing, or I would really like to see, would be like how the brain also like it's developing under the helmet, because like it's especially like in the beginning, right, like when it's the first stage of mutation, it's like like there is a lot happening there that also like could have been revealed in this way.
Okay.
But again, like you do have also like opportunities during the academic year, like to go and revisit like some of the ideas and designs. So, like all the comments that you will hear now they're actually like quite useful, like to all of you guys, because again, like we're just in chapter 1, so you can embed a lot of these new suggestions like into future chapters, or go back and revisit some of the work. So yeah, like for me, this is like one of the first things that like it's standing out as an opportunity to, like look into. But really, I think that you've done an amazing job like with the body and showing how exactly like these mutations are happening, all the stages and the logics like behind the design process you have. The only other thing that like I would, like maybe like put more time aside like to prepare maybe for the presentation would be the visuals rendering time, right? Like it's always a trick to get everything rendered and prepared, but especially because you are like zooming into the body and showing like so much of the details that like it needs just to be cohesive and consistent throughout the whole process. But yeah, really well done. Thank you so much like for like the hard work and for sharing it today.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Bethany.
Amazing project, Prasad. Thank you so much, and congratulations from me. I agree that the project is very cohesive. I like the whole concept from the beginning. Also, it was very well presented.
Thank you.
You explained well the whole process of the mutation, and all the details were also very well explained. So thank you, and I'm looking forward to hearing the comments from our guest. So,
yeah.
I just like the project. I don't know what to add. I really like this mix of transparent structures and hard surface. I just keep these directions really cool, and you made this fusion of two concepts very well. So just keep going. All good. I like it.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Rosetta, could you please share the screen, like some of the visuals? Because like we see ourselves now, so it might be nice like to see like some of the work.
Let me just open.
I also think that it's worth mentioning that in the beginning, in the concept phase, our students used Midjourney, so all the images that they start the presentation with are their own. So I want to be clear.
Yeah, their own creations.
Yeah.
I'm curious, where do you think, where you focused on basically like taking it as next steps, Prasad, in chapter 2?
Yeah, so I'm going to be looking into how, like was also saying, like making these transparent organic layers with mechanical interventions as well, especially how I'm going to include how this person, like the captain, becomes a polyp, and then how that actually, like how a jellyfish actually works. So you have polyps that basically are like factories, which have these amazing number of colonies as well. So it kind of directly ties into the amalgamation point as well. So it's going to be like I have to look into both the corpuscle and the amalgamation together, but at the beginning. But more into like how they join mechanically in terms of the corpuscle, maybe have different areas in terms of like each of them having a mix of both mechanical and organic layers, and then maybe coming together to form one corpuscle, which then becomes the amalgamation. So it's also there in the jellyfish DNA as well. So it's kind of helpful to just follow what the jellyfish does. So yeah.
Yeah. And also, the other part of it is, I think that exactly like what the question would be, like what needs do you have basically like with this design, right? Like digging even deeper into like the functions, right? Like that if you're outlining now on the body and what these functions actually need in order to have like, an opportunity to have this like living quarters that you'll be focusing on, or like depends if you're going to be like developing some social like interaction space, or depends on like again like where the corpuscle takes you. But yeah, I think that you have some good ideas there. Nadia, feel free to share your thoughts. I see like some ideas here on the material and the skin and bubbles.
I do have a couple of comments. Hi, Prasad. Can you hear me?
Hi, Nicholas.
So first of all, I want to say great progress. Like for to us as tutors, we've been following along the progress since the beginning, and then we kind of like dropped for a couple of weeks, and now being back and see all of these progresses is quite impressive. So it's definitely a great amount of work that you put together, and I'm really impressed by the visualization as well, which is something that we were discussing at the very last days with you. I just have two comments based on like we've been seeing the progression. So I know that there was a moment at some point that showed a lot of potential, which is when you start to explore the interaction between this more sort of like robotic, bionic type of component, especially in the back of the head, with the jellyfish component. Is something that I feel like you dropped a bit too soon. It was a bit complicated to find a special relationship, but I thought it had a lot of potential. That's something that you might want to explore later. And then another hint would be, like I definitely feel there is a clear progression in your mutations, and it feels almost natural now to see the next step, which is going to be this type of mutation taking over the entire body, but also starting to connect with the immediate environment, with the context, something that you already wanted to explore when we were talking about that. And so I feel like that's something that you could have already included in a way, just to show that you're starting thinking about how your character might start to interact with the bottom of the sea. But at the same time, I'm saying there is still time for you to explore this, and might be that bridging moment within the next chapter.
Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll look into it. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Great work and great progress.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Hey, Prasad, I have a quick question for you, if you don't mind. First of all, echoing the feedback of the others, I think it was very well presented. So great stuff on that part. You showed a sketch early on, and then it went to 3D. I'm just curious, what was that process like? Like, how much of the imagination is done on pen and paper, and then how much of it's done in 3D on the computer? Like, how do you work through that?
Yeah. So initially we had Midjourney to help, give us a basic idea, but then you had to completely go and start. It wasn't like it was an easy process to get the images, but then you had to kind of once you zone in into what you actually want, then it's just about trying to make Midjourney give you the best result as well. So it's first started with that, but then Midjourney doesn't exactly like give you the full design as well, and you have your own aspirations for the design. So in terms of the sketch was particularly for the pre-human stage. So that was just the mask stage that I decided to like drop because of the other stages were like more important at this point to show. But then for the other ones, it was basically 3D modeling in terms of because these were mutations. So I just started like bringing in meshes and then exploring in terms of 3D, seeing how it looks in terms of, let's say, how the mutation is going to have, like in the stage 1, for example. So this one, initially, I just got a couple of meshes and then started like sculpting and polygonal modeling in Maya completely. So it just gave me a better appreciation, like in terms of even more than sketches could have given me. So
nice.
Yeah.
So would you say that more of your exploration is done in 3D or more of it's figured out on paper before?
No, for me, it was more in 3D because it just gave me a better perspective. So it
cool.
like compared to like the sketches were always there, but then at this point and in terms of, let's say, the humanoid himself, I felt it was better to just start doing it in 3D modeling, and it was like it helped me visualize much better, like in terms of scale and especially when you have something like the bulb in terms of the umbrella, in terms of attaching it to the human. So that was kind of a difficult part where the proportions were, it seemed right in Midjourney and in the sketches, but then while doing it in 3D, there was like the 3D part actually helped in terms of the proportions. So yeah,
awesome.
I'd say.
Yeah. Thanks for sharing. Appreciate it.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
That's a great question, actually. And then the Midjourney explorations which Prasad was showing in the beginning is how we started with the concepts. And that's why they just boosted a lot of the imagination of where this could go. And that's like some of the work that Prasad was working on and envisioning like this like new conditions and the mutations. And these were actually like used the sketches, right? Because it's the first time that actually like those images are the intellectual property of the author, right? Like, and they're generating something as, like if you're very cohesive with the prompts and the ideas that you're having, they're generating so much detail. And, like the students were able to envision and to come closer to what this vision is that they want to create. So a lot of the work or like the part of like what it would be, right? Like envisioning and sketching from the beginning actually like was like this work with Midjourney that we did in the concept lab.
That's so cool.
I have a quick question. Sorry, I don't have a camera. It's not working for some reason. I love the project. First, I love jellyfish, my second favorite animal after cats. And I have a question, story-wise.
Yeah.
Jellyfish are not the brightest creatures. They have distributed minds, so they have different nervous system. Do you think how it will affect your cyborg in the future? Will human psyche change because they will evolve into jellyfishes?
Yeah, so in terms like whatever jellyfish does, it doesn't actually think about it, right? Like, so it doesn't have whatever it does. So you can probably just put it under a microscope and you can see the thought process if you have like, let's say like fluorescent material on it, like in terms of its cellular structure. So given that, initially I was also trying to explore how I can connect the nerve net of the jellyfish to the cyborg, because it's just basically completely throughout the body. And something it does is it's very instinctive in terms of whatever it happens. So it doesn't attack because it wants to. It's just something that it does automatically. So when it translates to, let's say, a cyborg or even a human being for that matter, it probably is going to be, let's say, you're going to be more quick and agile in terms of your what can I say, in terms of how your response is. And so in terms of thinking, it's just going to be added benefit to have, let's say we have a centralized system as a human being, but then if you have, let's say, complete nerve system that goes all around your body, I just assume that it's going to be more efficient, and especially if you are underwater and you need your instincts to be on point. So yeah, that's kind of something I was thinking about when I was trying to merge all of them together. So that's why I kind of put the brain first in terms of connecting it to the jellyfish, other than just making it coming out of the skin first. So I felt that the brain connection was going to be much more interesting to explore. So yeah. I hope.
Yeah. Amazing. Yeah, we would love to see how it evolves in society and how they change behavior as well, and the world will be changing. Yeah, successful project. Congrats.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Okay, guys, I think we should move on to the next team now.
Thank you for keeping time, Eva.
Yeah, we are over time, by the way. Never mind, but great project, great progress, Prasad. Congratulations.
Thank you, Eva. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to MSK and Maria, team A2.
Hi, guys.
Hello. Welcome to Neon, Chapter 1, Exile Experiment, Marie and MSK. The new civilization in Alaris built by exiles. Though exiles were split into rival factions of X mutants and Y mutants. Everything changed when a massive asteroid came rushing toward Alaris. The elites of each group built spaceships in a rush and jumped into hyperspace too close to the planet, thereby creating a massive hole in the planet, which eventually kills them too. All that survived were a small group of X and Y mutants who had been sent out to space in a cryogenic boat set to return after centuries. On return, they found Alaris as a planet with a hole in the middle and discovered that gravity has become unpredictable. They decided to bury the hatchet and understood the only way to move forward was to work together and build civilization. They established the non-endemic order of nows and created the Council of Exiles. The first agenda of the Council was the Exile Experiment to mutate a symbiotic relationship between both groups, combining their unique traits of the X and Y mutants. Over to the scientists of the Exile Experiments.
The exiles belong to the species with X mutation in their blood. They consume the sweet nectar from the flowers of Alaris, which grants them with hyper-intelligence but a very fragile body. They have evolved biological wings, but with reduced endurance, their strength mostly depends on the artificial armor to increase their survival rate. The next is the Y-Zales. The Y-Zales belong to the species with Y mutation in their blood. They are physically strong with biologically evolved armor-like skin. They consume the roots of the Alarian plants, which have provided them with increased endurance but reduced wits. They lack the biological wings, which are crucial if they are to survive in Alaris now. Hence our trials began, and we are finally able to create mutations for each fraction and present you our findings.
Introducing the Neo-Exile with the added armor, Exiles can now have up to 60% better endurance, the best so far for Exile. With the X mutation in the blood supporting electromagnetic conductivity, we have developed an ingenious way to allow Exiles to identify the gravity planes. We have also mutated the wings with the dragonfly samples from humans on Earth to lift much more weight than ever possible. We have also created an external connection with which has made possible the exchange of nectar from the body of Neo-X to Neo-Y and vice versa. The wing veins now connect to a sensory connection to allow faster neural connection between the wings and the body of the Neo-Y mutant with a state-of-the-art processor. Next, we have Neo-Y exile. We have managed to improve the state of the Y exile with adapters that also allow the connection to the X and Y mutants. We also managed to create an interface which allows seamless transfer to neural activity through multiple points of contact in the body. This interface can be found in the back of the body with the transition void, which allows the X exiles to connect safely to Y exiles, from which we have the bionic arteries that take energy and distribute it.
The main connectivity is done to establish a symbiotic energy and neurological connection between the two species with the help of energy and sensory connections. The main sensory processor module is mutated onto the body of the X mutant, and the energy processor module is mutated onto the body of the Y mutant. This allows the transfer of the required elements between each mutants. The main connection takes place at the back of the Y mutant, where the X mutant can go and lock onto the transmission void and establish the connection. Once the connection is established, the energy and neurological transfer takes place, creating an energy spike which can visibly be seen. Once done, the mutants become one and share a single mind and body. Interestingly, this connection also increases the stability of both mutants. Presenting to you the Neo-Zale, the perfected mutation which will allow us to re-establish our civilization, truly the best of both worlds. With higher intelligence, endurance, strength, there is nothing that is going to stop us from our goals. The combined body has better eyesight, electromagnetic vision, and the ability to fly. All thanks to the mutations done by our leading scientists and research groups, which have made possible the creation of the Neo-Zale. It is to be noted that the connection between the Zales can be removed at any time if the Zales desire so. The mutation process is set to begin next year to all existing X and Y Zales. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Such an amazing presentation. Thank you so much for really going into all the details and showing all the beauty of the project and explaining the logic behind it. And it was very, very cohesive presentation. It was amazing to see. So yeah, like I'm just like really impressed with the body of work you've done and also like all the detail that you've put in. I'm curious, like to know a little bit more about like gravity, because I know that like how gravity was changing, like in the new world that you're creating, it was impacting a lot the body. So I would like to hear a little bit more about like how actually like it affects the function and how, like these new creatures, experience the world in a different way. In order to understand also like what is, like next steps, ideas about like chapter 2, if that's going to be like habitats, how they're going to be like also like approached in a way. I think that that's something that is going to be very interesting to see.
Okay, so the gravity is like unpredictable in the sense that there are some spots where the gravity is inverted and some spots where the gravity is like heavy and pulls all into the planet. So they are the main function of this new civilization is to establish the collection of water and the civilization around it. And the architecture and all that also has like inverted architecture in some parts, and in some parts where the buildings are going from the bottom and connecting to a building on the top, not just buildings like any other forms or so. And the main reason they are like trying to combine these both is because the reduced endurance for the X and the reduced mobility for the Y, because they are not able to like adapt to the changing gravity because they don't have wings and to cushion the impact when they are falling onto the one gravity plane to another. So they are trying to combine both of them together so that they can navigate the world better and have a better shot at creating a civilization from scratch.
Thank you, guys.
Great
Thank you,
project,
guys.
guys. Sorry.
Sorry.
Love the skeletals, love the wings. The color palette is cohesive. Great job and a great presentation.
Thank you.
I was about to say almost the same. It's a really beautiful project. Congratulations. It's amazing colors, the whole color palette. It's like very nice to watch it. It's really nice done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I really like it. Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead. No, I was
Okay.
just saying they really took the mid-journey colors and blended them in their color palette and experiment so much on their materials. Like it's a huge success for the mid-journey results to come as a design for them.
Yeah, Midjourney helps everyone. It's really cool, and colors and materials are awesome here, and lighting and all the stuff. I like it a lot. Just want to say one comment. When you create in a body or something that moves and function in some environment, you always need to think about how at the end it will move. Because, and now for me, I can see some parts and details that maybe can intersect and maybe will make movements more difficult. So only this comment about the structure, but in general, it looks amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would agree. Like really amazing output from you guys in general. I think like I agree with most of the comments that were already said. Like the final thing that I would perhaps add as a provocation is that I've always loved this framework that you've kind of set up with like two different species. But I feel like and we've somehow covered a little bit of this in reviews previously as well, but like somehow when they come together where you have like this diagram like showing them interlacing, I think it's a bit of a missed opportunity to like make it feel like once they do come together, there's some kind of physiological or maybe like skeletal change that's in the way that maybe the joint entity stands, or kind of the pose changes quite radically in order for them to couple together, because otherwise like you run the risk of creating this kind of dynamic where it just looks like one is a backpack to the other, you know. So I think like while I really love the framework or having like two species that can interlace, like the result of that interlacing, I think you have an opportunity to do something a bit more radical in terms of how you pose them, which I know is like that's also like a big undertaking on its own. But I think like for the next step, you could perhaps like problematize that a little bit further, and I think it will really take the projects like to the next stage as well.
Yes, sure. We'll work on those.
Actually, I'm looking at it right now, and maybe it's a good idea to use it not as a backpack, but maybe as a helmet. I mean, to combine them, like to make this, I forgot what's the name of the one with the wings, but put it not as a backpack, but as a helmet. And maybe in this way, it will look more functional. I don't know, just an idea.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. Hello, am I audible? Hello.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry,
You are.
I thought my audio was not working. Great work, guys. I really like the presentation. Really, this presented very well. And really, it's great to see the final visuals. Great work on the visuals and also the texturing and everything. I think in terms of like when we are having discussions on the wings and everything, I love the wings now. I think they look really great. One comment I would have is that like your exiles, I like the previous version that you had, where you had in terms of the geometry, you had much more clear definition rather than this. Like when I look at the legs, like where they both connect and how they sort of bend. I personally find like you had a better definition earlier. This sort of seems very, it lacks a definition. I find like it lacks certain clarity. It just seems fluid for the sake of fluid shape. So maybe you can think about that studies later. But overall, it's looking really good. I love the renderings, texturing, colors. Really good.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So this is the part you were telling, right? The connection between the legs.
If I can. Accept.
So the connection between the legs, this part, right?
No. Can you zoom out a bit?
Sorry.
Maybe I can point it on. Can you see my cursor?
No, we are actually in the presentation mode. So.
Okay. Do you see my request to control?
Yeah.
So I was talking about this particular element over here. Yeah. This particular element, where earlier you had this shape was sort of going in the air rather than connecting. But I think like you had a better shape over there rather than this fluid connection that, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, then should we move ahead or is there any more comment to add?
Okay.
I think we can move on. Thank you guys, amazing presentation. Let's go to Laura, team A3.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Do you hear me correctly?
Yep.
Yeah. Great. Share the screen. Okay, I think the screen is shared, correct? Can I start?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Laura, and I'm here today to present you my project, Varia. In the 2040, after nearly 2 centuries of research, the robots of the LIFE mission finally discovered a new planet called Varia. In Varia, they discover an organism capable of react at external stimuli such as solar radiation, radioactive storm, keeping its ecosystem intact. Apparently, a solution for the human race who have been fighting against the Earth's natural disaster for ages. But the rest of technology seems unable to study and replicate the organism. In fact, they launched a new project called Necessity, recruiting a team of experts to send them to the planet Varia, study the organism and bring it back to Earth. But to do so, their body must change, not only to support the distance of the space, but above all, to coexist with the planet. For this reason, a new cyborg is started to be developed. The new cyborg was integrating the organism from the Varia planet, generating ephemeral intelligent skin. And secondly, an internal central system to maintain the organism alive. Therefore, the main technology used to design the cyborg is the Varia organism, which works as a building block system. They can respond to the input, change through the self-awareness, mobility, and softness, and reconfigurability. At the different condition of the planet, mutating constantly allow its own survival. Applied to the cyborg body, the organism is powered up by 3 main layers, starting from the bottom, the absorbent layer, which are the rule to absorb the photons from electromagnetic forces and bring it to the second stage, the storage membrane. The storage membrane, here the energy is processed and pulled to the connection system at the 3rd layer. which represent the last and more external skins direct connecting to the organism system. The organism is spread in three main parts of the body: the abdominal parts, the chest, and the head, deconstructing the surface where it is applied in response to the stimuli. Therefore, the cyborg presents two main stages: stage 0, where no change are applied at the skin surface, and stage 1, where the body reacts to the external stimuli. The stage 1 is achieved from the head, which reacts to the stimuli in a visual tessellated surface, generating negative and positive spaces. The chest, where the mutation is happening in the following following the cyborg body surface, and the abdominal as well is in the arm. In the central part of the cyborg is stored the EO system, which is formed by absorbent skin, where the energy from the photons is absorbed, storage membrane in the to store and transform the energy, and finally the connection system to create a network among the organ skins. The most exposed part of the cyborg, such as head, shoulder, and hips, are covered by protection from a protection cover from the atmospheric pressure, while a transparent layer is prevented accumulation of the heat. In a general view, the cyborg is divided by three main parts. We have the human part, which is the only part remaining from the human being. We have the protection, which is composed by the mechanical connection, skeleton, and armor. And we have the system, which is composed by the connection on the front and the back, the absorption layer, organism, and storage. Looking into the detail, we can see how those strategies and how these materials are working together. Looking to the back, the connection system in detail is covering the membrane and is next to the skin, as well as in the front part. At this stage, the cyborg is ready. Now we can take it off. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Beautiful work, amazing progress. You worked very cohesively, throughout the whole chapter, learning, challenging yourself. So really, it's really beautiful the work you've put together. There is great beauty in the proportions, and you're rethinking the whole cyborg, working with each part very intricately. I love also the color palette and all the details that you're showing. So really well done. Thank you for sharing today.
Thank you to you.
Thank you, Laura. Amazing project. I also like very much the details. Also, you have amazing textures. And the presentation was very, very cool. So thank you.
Thank you to you.
I just want to add, I really like the deconstructed views that you used there, especially that last one that was going across the page. I thought that looked, it was really clear on explaining the idea. And like everyone's saying, the textures are awesome too. Good job.
Thanks.
Yeah, looks cool. And I like the textures too. And I like the transition on the green parts. But I would say maybe golden parts, this kind of lines, should have more transition between them and green parts. So just this comment. Like more transition. So it's not like just have a border, but maybe
more connected.
Yeah, looks awesome.
I see.
Cool.
Thank you.
Hi, Laura.
Hi.
I do agree with the last comments. First of all, I want to say great work. I was always keen on seeing where you were heading with the texture applied on the surface and find a nice way to combine that with your kind of like a hard surface modeling style. Always been a fan of it because I always found it very, very delicate, still very elegant. And I confirm what I thought so far. I think like the final result expressed that even more. I really do like the way you're combining those hard surface proportions with the areas where you get more crazy into defining the detailing and then working with the texture. I thought you might, at some point, in my mind, the risk would be that you were having that type of system that you find at some point that was like really like a happy finding at some point, this deconstructed surface, something that we looked at together as well. I thought you might have that, starting to cover the entire body, or maybe like getting getting to a level where the overall result would be feeling a bit too overwhelmed with that type of system, but instead you were very specific in defining the location where that would happen. So I'm really pleased to see that. And I do agree, just to link back to the previous comment, that maybe one little piece of suggestion would be like, even like that golden piece is definitely adding another layer. It's not the same language that you have on the surface level. It's not the same language that you have on defining, the detailing, the sort of machinery aesthetic that is happening on the joints. It's something else that you introduce, a bit more organic, feels a bit of an add-on, but it's definitely adding something. So if you do it there, I wouldn't having it happening at a specific point without, like recalling it, even in like in minimal touches in certain other areas. So I think that could be an occasion for you to introduce another layer, because it has the potential. It's still nice, sophisticated and delicate as the rest of the language that you're using. But at the same time, I do agree. You're getting that gold piece in there is really catching the eye, really catching the attention as you're using these mostly neutral colors. Then you need to bring that to some other level of information, right? Maybe coming back on the helmet, maybe being the the little detail that is linking back the skin level where you're exposing the mouth to the helmet. Those are just guesses, but great work. I really do love where you're showing the parts and you start to exposing the joints. I feel like that's really, really cool.
Thank you. Thank you
Plus
for the comment.
Skin, of course, the skin, which is unique.
Thank you. Thank you for the feedback. I will work on that. I agree that maybe have a second thought and integrate more in everything, have a more cohesive and holistic view with the old skin. I think will be this next stage probably. We can investigate more.
Very subtle, like you don't want it to start to compete with the language on the surface, like the disgregating effect you have on the surface. I think that's kind of like the most important feature. And despite the fact that it is so, like, we need to zoom in to fully appreciate it, I do like this fact that I can, you use a right amount of close-ups to show us what's happening. And I do really like that. It feels like there is even more to discover, but not in a way that you haven't thought about it, just in a way that you haven't concealed it fully yet.
Yeah.
So that's really cool as well.
I think that also you have so much material now to work off of, like even for next stages, right? Because again, like of all the intricate details that you have, and like you can start now, like like adding them to different pieces that you're like going to be working on, and like again, like the texture. So a lot of potential actually to look into interiors, right? Like while other projects are prompting into different kind of experiences or like growth or like organisms that like might be more organic matter, right? Like in your case here, you have like some really interesting architectural opportunities really to venture into like continuing this work. And I think that also like Brandon gave a very good reference here, like for you to look into, like into the continuation of the work.
Yeah, definitely. I can investigate it in different environment. Okay. Should I stop to share, or there are additional?
Yeah, I think we can move on to the next team. Thank you, Laura. Amazing project. And, I love your color palette from always and those details, everything that reminded me of Ghost in the Shell. And I always appreciated that. So congratulations on your work. And you really pulled it off really well.
Thank you, Eva.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the Republic's Fong and Ryan, Team A4.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Gom.
Hello.
Yeah.
I'm Ryan.
Yeah. And here's our project called Contradictory Symbiosis.
Yes. So in the sorry, very nervous. Sorry. So in this post-apocalyptic world with insufficient resources and human extinction crisis, the Cyborg Republic invites humans to transcend into cyborgs. However, to embrace the total rationality of cyborgs, humans need to eliminate the emotions. In order to persuade humans into becoming emotionless, the Republic spreads propaganda in human society, brainwashing those from the lower class into believing that they can experience eternal happiness by becoming a cyborg. In reality, their brains and bodies are stimulated constantly by the prosthesis. The chemicals produced by the brain will be collected for agricultural use. The emotional capabilities are abused to the point that they can no longer produce any more chemical substances in their brains. They are now cyborgs, working as the labor force to restore nature until their organic body decay. The Republic produces and exports food and natural resources back to the human society, just enough to keep them alive, but not enough for them to overpopulate. As long as there are still humans who live miserable lives out of poverty and hunger, there will be new volunteers to join the Cyborg Republic and keep the system running. This is an ironic narrative suggesting that a sustainable and peaceful ecosystem could only be done by eliminating presence of humans from humans themselves.
In the Republic, cyborgs will be separated into different tiers according to the number of processes equipped to their bodies. The more processes the volunteer equip, the more pleasure they can experience each day. The cyborgs will personally be called Libero. This group of cyborgs is the group that has just joined as a human being and are yet to fully transform into pure cyborgs. They still have plenty of emotion to be exploited. In the Republic, happiness is introduced as a form of currency. Liberals can use their happiness to purchase more processes to achieve even more pleasure in this delusional fantasy. They will keep contributing more to the Republic and adding more processes to their body up until the point they are fully equipped and eventually transform into the next stage known by the name of Felicita. In this stage, they will be able to reach their eternal happiness for several weeks before they run out of emotion and fully transform into a pure cyborg titled by the name Acceso. Acceso is a transcendent form of humans where they surpass human physicality and intelligence, but more importantly, they eliminate the ultimate restraint of human beings, their emotions.
Sorry, something happened there. So in the Republic, the prosthesis has two main systems, the organic system and mechanical system. They will work together to form the perfect prosthesis that supports the cyborg's life throughout the different stages. On the first day of joining the Republic, the volunteers will start wearing a bodysuit made out of synthetic skin. The synthetic skin is located according to the marker points in the human body and will later grow into the pleasure skin. The pleasure skin acts as a reactive system that constantly stimulates at the pleasure points on the body. It maintains the ecstatic condition of the volunteer until the brain can no longer produce emotional chemicals. The pleasure skin will keep on growing and covering more parts of the body as it consumes the emotions of the user. Emotion cells, the byproducts of the synthetic skin, will sprout out, one for every 100 milliliters of the emotion fluids the pleasure skin has consumed. These cells contain the emotion fluids produced during the day, and they also change in colors according to the different pleasure experiences the person is perceived at that moment.
Along with the synthetic skin, newcomers will also be equipped with their first set of mechanical processes, including the helmet, the spine, and the torso part. The series of processes contains several important components: the brain pods and the emotion transfer pods. On the spine, integrated the cyborg into the central system of the Republic, while the brain-computer interface drives the pressure stimulation system and the whole processes. Each cyborg can also use their emotion to purchase various types of stimuli pods to perceive different experiences of multiple intensities. The pod will be injected into the spine and send simulation data directly to the nervous system located in the helmet. Every night, cyborgs will connect their spine to the charging station to recharge their processes and transfer emotion fluids to the central system for agricultural purposes. The rest of processes act as an exoskeleton that enhances the physicality of the former human body. When the cyborg reaches Felicita, the brain will gradually lose its ability to produce emotion chemicals. The organic system covering most parts of the body will now start to deteriorate due to the lack of nutrients. The expansion of the pressure skin caused by the excessive growth will crack the panels of the mechanical system open, revealing itself with the emotion cells. The elastic translucent shell will refrain the skin from overgrowing into impedimental positions. This full potential of mechanical processes will be used during the cyborg's ultimate stage, Asceso, where they will be working as a labor force to restore nature. By the time the cyborgs reach this stage, the pressure skin is dead due to the absence of emotions, and their vibrant color will start to fade. They will also slightly harden and act as a protection layer for the cyborgs to work in harsh conditions.
The prosthesis is the major tool that we, the Republic, use to transform humans into cyborgs. Not only is it designed to support the different aspects of living in this ecosystem, but it's also used as an incentive for cyborgs to transcend into better versions of themselves. The organic system couldn't mutate independently without the assistance of the mechanical system, while the mechanical system is functionless without the emotions collected by the organic system. These two complex systems of contradicting fundamentals complementing each other, greatly echoes with the ideology of contradictory symbiosis which, we, the Republic, strongly believes in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, you guys. Like speechless. You killed it. Just
Thank you.
Awesome project. So well explained. Like you're going into just like amazing, like even like the storytelling, each part of like how you're, like first of all, like the design is, like outstanding, and how much you have succeeded like to integrate and work together so well with every intricate detail like being there. But then like explaining, right, like what you have was just such a cohesive story, such beautifully put, like all the diagrams, everything is just like following again like a lot of like the ideas like from before, and even like like taking it then like to the end stage and really having like this like closing statement, right, like bringing back like your cyborg lady, like to tell the story is just like such a beautifully put project that like really like I'm just very, very impressed by like all the work and like how you guys like are progressing and where you're going with like everything you're doing. Super, super, super strong work. Keep it up, guys. Really amazing.
Thank you.
Really fantastic work, guys. Like, really well done. And also, I think like what's really clear is how much, like in your example, how much a great presentation really elevates work as well. Like your work was already, speaking for itself, but this presentation really takes it to the next level. I really enjoyed it. I also thought the narrative was quite weighty. I really don't have many comments beyond what we've seen. I think maybe someone else can offer a bit more thoughts, but I really enjoyed it. So well done.
Thank you, Alexander.
Thank you so much.
And I do want to also comment. Sorry, I just wanted also to say that like I also see not only progress on the design part, right, like with we're all mind blown, but also like on the way that you're presenting, guys, right? Like I know that it wasn't an easy endeavor for you. Like you were like more shy in the beginning, right? Like about like how you're going to put the work together, how you're going to like, you know, like make this step. So really like that's also like something that like we see like such growth in you, like into pushing that aspect of yourselves and getting more comfortable into presenting the work, not just on the board, but also, you know, like being cohesive and working together like as a team to present it. So, you know, like that's also like an amazing way like to grow, and like I wanted to acknowledge that too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, guys. It's amazing. It's so cool. No comments, it's just awesome. All colors are cool, balance in these layers are cool, presentation are cool, everything is cool. So
it's a really unique project also from the beginning, like your concept is very unique. I think amazing work. Congratulations also from me. And I'm in love with the way you are working with colors. It's really, really stunning.
Thank you. We worked hard on that.
Yeah, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say quickly, I'm just echoing what a lot of people are saying, but just on some of those views there, all the surfaced exoskeleton parts, they look awesome. So great job on that, guys. And like everybody said, you killed the presentation. Good job.
Thanks, Nicholas. Thank you.
Yeah, I feel like I'm going to reiterate what Alec already said. Like I mean, I probably am going to tell a bit more about, I want to talk a bit more about what the process has been, right? Because we can all see the presentation today went amazing, and the project speaks by itself. So I'm quite pleased to see, you know, like you had quite a lot of pressure on you, and that's because it's been such a smooth experience working with you since the very beginning, right? You were listening to feedback, you were progressing day by day, and I feel like the result now kind of like reflect all of how the process has been so far. So I'm really pleased, had a chance to work with you guys, and the fact that you made it so easy. I think it's worth, you know, to mention, even though we are looking at the final result, you got to a point where you basically were having like a presentation set up every single day that we were meeting, working overnight, but being able to present and render each step on the following day. And I think, you know, you can definitely see that also help you deliver a better presentation at the end, which was the only question mark that we had when we left, right? Like, how are you gonna present that and make justice to all the work you did? And I must say that all that rehearsal day by day really worked. So great skills you put together at the very first chapter. I'm really looking forward to what you're gonna get in the next few.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas.
Thank you, Nicholas.
I can add one more comment, one critic.
Okay, sure.
So I'm now looking at the last layer on the legs, the right image, and I'm thinking maybe at the right bottom, this one, and I'm just thinking maybe this kind of pattern structure on legs, it should be more stretched because of legs nature. Because now it's more like uniformly distributed over the body, but I would like to stretch it a bit, like to make it stretch on the leg, not so uniformly distributed. So just one comment.
Okay, absolutely. Thank you.
Awesome, guys. Great work. You successfully sold your project. Now you can give us the link where to register for the Republics.
I want you to be happy, man.
Yeah, we are happy.
Okay, thank you, guys.
It's definitely thoughtful on so many levels, right? Like there is a combination of things, like as we said, that like make this project successful beyond the beauty of the design and the hard work that went there. But also the other thing is like on the storytelling, like you're very bold, right? Like with ideas, and you're very going into like really like the storytelling aspect is informing then like the design, right? Like, and you can see there a lot of decisions being made of what is happening like in the Republic, right? Like the whole storytelling, and then like pairing every aspect of it with the design process. And that's where you see all this happening. And I think that because like it's so well put together, and it does have like a lot of messages that, you know, could relate to different, you know, like situations and different like other republics, right? Like that we've known through history and through reality. I think that like again like these messages are very strong. So many layers like to make this like a successful project. I'm very excited to see again next steps, next ideas, how like now like we're growing into, you know, like the spaces that are going to be occupied by you know, like in building actually like the Republic. And just a reminder to everyone, feel free to take screenshots of any of the projects, guys, and tag the students and everyone, you know, like if you want. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for having
Thank you,
us.
guys. Okay, let's go to the next team. Team A5, Shivani and Akash.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Shall we start?
Sure.
Greetings to all, and welcome to our Chapter 1 Prosthesis, Human 2.2, the Evolutionary Hybrid. I am Shivani Jaiswal.
And I'm Akash Raji.
Together, let us walk you through our story. According to Hindu cosmology, it is said that the entire existence is divided into 4 yugs which work in a loop, namely Satyug, Treta, Dwapar, and Kalyug. The yug that is currently going on is Kalyug. Near the end of Kalyug, when virtues are at their worst, a catalysm and re-establishment occur to enter the next cycle, that is Satyug. Scientists anticipated a meteor attack 100 years ahead. With resource depletion, they know the world is going to end. With futuristic technology, they are able to communicate with the outer world species and energies. Finally, an alien species responded and are willing to accept humans only at a cost, which is transferring data and all the information needed for them to upgrade themselves. This new world has all the necessary habitable conditions similar to that on the Earth, but better. This is a new beginning to a perfect world.
It is now a question for scientists about sending the souls to Satyug and how they adapt and survive. Later, scientists conveyed alien species to create a suitable embryo. The human souls then will be joined with these embryos, which genetically mutate while growing and developing body extensions. A character belongs to this new world of Satyug, and the year is 01. We call them Human 2.0. With the help of artificial intelligence, we could complete our visualization, which is to design a hybrid which should survive on all 3 environments, that is land, water, and air. The skeleton was first deformed, having a strong geometry of the spine, and further shape exploration were done. This body exploration led us to delve in the possibility of the underarm wings. The same design language has been followed to explore the skull. And the emotion layer is connected to the skull, which followed by a couple of metallic explorations.
Due to the different forms of organism that are present in this world, enable them to undergo the evolutionary process, forming classes that differ based on their functionalities. Hence, Human 2.0 is an amalgamation of 3 phyla, which are Aves, that is bird, Pisces, which is fishes, and Mammalia, that is humans, adapting the necessary traits from each in order to survive independently in this new world. The human trait contributes through a super evolved mind, which enables multiple skill set in the hybrid. Following the principles of aerodynamics, the hybrid is provided with a streamlined body resembling both fish and birds. The wings were designed such that they could be used to both swim and fly.
We would now like to bring your attention to a variety of layers of a hybrid. To begin with, the innermost layer of the simplified nerve system, which is made up of luciferin pigment. This is a bioluminescent material that glows. Then comes the base layer of fluid bulbs, which hold the essential fluids and organs required for the body functionality. And these are made up of epithelial tissues. The skin disintegrates, resulting in the exposure of bones. These exposed disc-shaped bones form the concrete of the hybrid. The skeleton edges are wrapped with the organoid made up of cyclocyanin compound, which is known for its efficiency to capture solar energy. From the mutation, the character starts to develop underarm wings, which have an elastic property to expand and contract, and is made up of cartilage and translucent skin. Further, the skull is deformed and integrates with the emotionally expressive wings, which attach to the shoulders. Finally, the ornament, a neck piece which is made up of silver alloy. We now present you a fully developed, multi-layered hybrid human 2.0. They are a combination of science and spirituality, resembling real people by being consistent, motivated, and lifelike. They are a female, asexual being who does not need to struggle in search of a mate. This hybrid has knowledge about everything, be it technical, mechanical, architectural, fashion, self-defense, and etc.
Since the character does not communicate verbally, the wings on the shoulders show emotion by flapping. The brain is essential organ connected by the simplified nervous system on the upper torso, mimicking the hollow bones of a bird on hands and legs to keep the character lightweight. Voronoi geometry is being used to define shape and add details to the skull. The wings will be stretched when in use. The skeleton-to-skeleton connection made of emissive material emits blue-green hue, which creates a base for the leftover translucent skin-to-skin connection of these webbed wings. This close-up view shows a neckpiece that is attached to the spine, which when worn enables mind control. The power is used to communicate and also to control all the senses and reflexes in the evolved hybrid. The hybrid is provided with a white tinge as it is the color that signifies peace, purity, and grandeur, appropriate for this new perfect world. Our fully developed human 2.0 is now ready to establish civilization and spread its knowledge in order to contribute to this world. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I'm very happy to see how much progress you've made throughout the whole chapter and the beautiful work you've put together. And also how you're, like growing throughout a lot of the comments, a lot of like the work. I know that it was a lot of, like growing pains and, like it was an adventure for you guys. But I think that like you're really, like learning and you're showing like this like progress here in a very, again, like in a great way. I love the renders that you're showing like towards like the details and the final product that like you're creating on the body. So I think that you're really like like have like elevated your game, especially the one on the back. I think that because of the complexity of the design, right, like you have a lot of opportunities like to like look into a lot of like the connection points. I think especially on the back surface and like how like this like like spaces like connect. I think it was like an image like towards the right hand side where we were showing like the back and how it connects with like the design under the arm. But overall, I think it's something like, you know, you could say like it's very unique design. It's like, it's not something that you see every day. Yeah, I think that like some of those connections, right? Like especially where it like connects with the body, like could be worked on a little bit more. But other than that, I think it's like super unique language, very different from, you know, like anything that like we've seen. And I think that that takes a lot of courage, like to, you know, like go in and like resolve and think about it. And because it's so complex and has so many different layers like that are clashing together, like I think that like you're really, you know, doing a great job, like, you know, connecting them, controlling them, you know, like even exactly like thinking about like how to represent them, how to render them, because again, like it is a design language that it is unique to like your creation and your design, and it's quite complex like to achieve something like this. So well done on the growth and the journey, and taking in a lot of the knowledge from the tutors, listening and improving yourselves and getting to that stage, really.
Thank you. Thank you.
I agree with Pavlina that it's very, very unique design language. It's amazing. Congratulations on your work. And thank you.
Thank you.
I like the design, and it's very interesting. But I have some comments to make it even better. So I think the main thing to improve is different scales in the cells. So now it's they all a bit same, and I really like the image from the back, because on the back image you have this you have these different scales combined, and it looks very cool when this kind of wings, they're growing from smaller cellular structure. It looks very cool, and I think you just need to replicate it all over the body to separate the parts, and then it will be perfect. But looks very interesting and cool. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That consideration. Thank you.
Yeah, I think as others have said, you guys had some small growing pains in the beginning, but then I was actually really pleased once you discovered like this kind of universal design language that you began to apply to the entirety of the prosthesis. I think we're seeing like a result of like a very successful discovery, like somewhere midway through the production process. And I think it's really great how you've adopted it and really like took it forward. I'm really enjoying the final images. I just think like perhaps there's some more work to be done on the renders to showcase it even better, because I feel like the geometry sort of progressed so much and it looks very impressive for like a final output. I just think like maybe a little bit more work on renders would elevate it even further. But yeah, in general, like well done. I think you've shown like great progress, and like that moment where the design language was sort of established really helped you like move forward, and you took advantage of that for sure. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe one small comment, maybe it would be a good idea to make translucent material for overall structure. Maybe it can look cool, like subsurface scattering material, like a skin maybe, or translucent plastic. I don't know, just idea.
Yeah, no, like I think you're right. Like there is even more room again, like for the rendering, because exactly like if it's like very specific, you know, like a design language, I think like it could be still like investigated, right? Like it could be like also an opportunity to look into like how to keep moving forward, getting even like, you know, like better in the rendering. And in chapter 2, we're going to have also the media lab, right? Like so you guys like are going to learn more about that, and I think that like don't keep like, you know, like don't think that, you know, that's done like in a way that there is also opportunity like to improve, right? Like throughout the whole educational like masters, you can go back and improve like materiality, colors, re-render a lot of the designs. And also I think that like because like some of the you know, like the designs like in the beginning when it's work in progress like are not as, you know, like well rendered maybe as the rest, like you could like still go and like make everything cohesive from the beginning like until the end and think about like the different like aspects of materiality. But I was thinking the same thing like with all like about translucency, especially like again like on the designs that are under the arms, and you know like what this means and how this could be implemented. But I think that like just like higher quality, even higher quality like of rendering that you are going to be like learning, it's going to like show the beauty of it. And thinking again like of the language of how you're actually going to represent all the aspects of the project, and anything that has to do with you know, like working with the diagrams or the language that like you're using now with, you know, like the lines, the dotted lines, like this could be revisited also about the language of the whole board and how to be, again, like cohesive with everything. But again, like these are just comments like to think, to improve, to, you know, like implement like in the next chapters.
Hi guys, really great work. I think overall the renders are looking really nice. I like the colors that you have used and like the metallic effect on the pattern that you have. I think it's I really like the back shot of that shoulder detail. I think that image really shows the strengths that you have in your design, where this sort of pattern merges with this light gray skin underneath. I think like you should take cues from this particular detail. I find that like in your design, wherever you're using this pattern, like in the shoulder detail and then hands and feet, that is where the strength of your design lies. But I find that like in the chest and the overall, I like that pattern where you have the plates. I know where like how you develop that, but maybe like I find that like that could be improved upon instead of going for this plate-like effect. Maybe you should take cues from your shoulder piece where you don't see the plates so much, but you see that pattern underneath. I think that's one of the strengths of your design. And the underlying cyan color layer that you have, I feel that you could work more on how that integrates with this plate-like structure. I feel that currently they don't blend so well together in terms of the overall language. So maybe that could be worked upon. I feel the wings are looking definitely much better. Maybe you could try to integrate like this blue and the green colors that you have. Maybe you could try to increase the number of web lines that you have, or try to incorporate the pattern that you have on the backside. But yeah, I think overall the renders are looking really nice and the narrative was nice. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good job, guys. Is there somebody saying something? I mean, is there somebody commenting? I think it's the background noise. Good job, guys. Like this is one of the team that has showed consistent progress. Like from the starting, they were struggling, then adapting to the softwares and going to Houdini even, and coming back to Maya and everything. And it's a great progress for you guys, and I'm really happy how you improved like from the day one to now. So congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. Thank you. We made it happen. So thank you.
Finally. Okay, guys, let's move on to the next team. We have Kate and Oscar from team A6 next.
So,
Yep. Cool. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Okay. So welcome. This is our Chapter 1 Prosthesis presentation. We are Kate and Oscar, and our project name is Angenome. So let's welcome you all into our flourishing world. Our story is happening in a not-so-distant future on the very same Earth as you're on right now. In the search for an alternative energy source, we made a discovery, a new genus of plants, now known to us as symbiophytes, that grow directly in connection with the human body. Symbiophytes grow and attach themselves to humans from once we pass on. Some have a stronger coupling with symbiophytes than others, enabling incredible structures to be built. We call those people angions, vessels through which the symbiophytes get energy to grow our new environments. Together with the angions and symbiophytes have enabled us to reshape our environments and now provide us with the means necessary for the survival of our society. This ushered in an era of wonderful coexistence between us and the symbiophytes. Maybe it's time for us to present ourselves. We are the bioengineers, or as we often call the rooters, because we work within the underground root systems of our cities. Our task is to understand genetic coupling between the symbiophytes and angions. We also conduct experiments to try and improve and modify the symbiophytes.
Our primary research revolves around the Angenome project, where we conduct experiments on the root systems of the symbiophytes as they interact with still living angions. There are many ways that roots of the symbiophytes can take over the body. In general, they start from the respiratory systems, slowly growing to assume the nutrition and structural functions. But this symbiosis can be unstable. As such, we monitor the stability through its blooming stage. The flowers that appear on the roots are signs of positive and beneficial mutation. More than any other living organism, the symbiosis is constantly adapting to the environment around it, shifting with the seasons. There are two main stages, the blooming stage with flowers and rapid overgrowth of roots, and the frost stage. But the symbiophytes reduce their activity, and cold temperatures severely weaken the structure. As such, we developed the implant that helps to maintain the symbiosis through its respiratory and lymphatic system.
We would now like to present to you the most recent accomplishment of the Angenome project, the latest development, the Gen 8 prosthesis. With the most recent experiment, we have managed to almost perfectly stabilize the symbiosis. At its core, the body is supported by the root system, with a bioengineered lymphatic system and a prosthetic respiratory system. Layers of vegetation have also started to accrue on the surface of the root system, a good sign that the system is stable. To ensure biocompatibility, we've also developed lymphatic skull implants, which plug directly into the cervical lymph nodes. The newest versions of our respiratory helmet, initially just designed as a mask, now fully interfaces with the rest of our prosthesis, acting as a control hub. With the improved stability control, we have increased blooming from the symbiophytes, with moss, lichen, and new species of bioluminescent flowers appearing. We've implemented further lung extensions to help with the frost stage, which lie deflated during the summer while the symbiophyte provides energy through photosynthesis. Additionally, we developed braces, which ensure that the overgrowth of the root systems can be controlled and localized. All these improvements have granted us a plethora of advantages over the previous iterations of the Angenome project. The body is now a self-sustaining unit, which no longer decays or grows out of control. But this is not all.
Like it was mentioned, in winter, the whole prosthesis gets more fragile. The lymphatic and respiratory systems start playing a leading role now. In the frost stage, lymph inflates, generally getting more and more prominent, as well as the lungs extension. By means of these bionic implants, Gen 8 can breathe even in the harshest temperatures. However, the inflated lungs emit steam as a side effect of implant-assisted respiration. Hence, the roots are covered with frost and icicles. By late winter, the roots start to thaw, slowly preparing to blossom again. As for the summer stage, winter one has relevant layers, bionic implants that function as primary respiratory system, and winter lymphatic layer that provides higher immune capacity the root layer as the core of the structure, the roots and shards that function as communicator between the environments. Always in winter, the lung extension have intricate frost patterns on the inflated surface as a result of heat emission while breathing. Heat from the organic processes also transmutes into icicles all over the body. Similar to the summer stage, the helmet functions as the central control of the prosthesis. It manages the response to environment, inflates and deflates of the systems. Yet in winter, exhaling causes it to freeze. All these latest upgrades grant ultimate adaptation and autonomy to our Gen 8, even in the frost stage, when it loses the ability to breathe through photosynthesis. Despite the frost covering the entire prosthesis, it continues to function, and climate fluctuations can't stop the mission.
And with this, we'd like to thank you to have come to the first demonstration of the Gen 8 prosthesis. We rooters are excited for the possibilities this will bring to our world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. Amazing, unique project. From the very beginning, the concept is very strong. You presented with amazing, stunning visuals. And also, I like a lot the contrast between summer and winter, and even in this final visual, it's very well presented. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stunning work, guys. You've been very consistent from the beginning, like in all your storytelling, like working with Midjourney, having like every aspect of the design again, you know, like really thoroughly, like, you know, going into it, thinking about every detail. And I think that that's, you know, like manifesting here, but also congratulations on the visuals and the renderings, like, because like every, again, like the storytelling, like was just so stunning to see these details, you know, like zoomed in and really like understanding the intricacy, the detail, the problem solving and the design that went into this creation, that like it's absolutely like it really did it and really justice onto like exactly like showing this project in its entirety, in its you know, like a cohesive storytelling. And yeah, thank you for, you know, like being you know, like so cohesive and thinking about like all aspects of the design and being so bold with the designs also. Great work.
Thank you very much.
Guys, it looks very interesting, and I like presentation and the colors and materials. It looks very nice. My only comment for this project would be, I really want to experiment more with combination of shape of a human and shape of a tree. I don't know if it was mandatory to use a human shape, but I would say all these elements that are more related to tree, and maybe you need to look into like more tree shape character, I don't know. And for this, I think it will be interesting for you to explore L systems because they can give you interesting results.
Thank you. Yeah, I think for us, it started very much from like a human basis of symbiosis between the two and moved more and more towards like tree structures. So it'd be interesting to look at that. But yeah, thank you for the comment.
Thank you, guys. Nice one.
I want to congratulate you on the board itself. I think you managed to really put everything out there. It's very easy to read, not only in terms of presentation, but in terms of the board itself, because people can actually see everything, can zoom into each detail, and also like the tree template it's very nice.
Yeah, hi guys, congratulations, wonderful work. I love how you guys have developed the whole project. I think right from the start till the end, it's looking very cohesive, and I love the both the summer and the winter look. I think you guys have really developed a really good skill set, and that shows in the vendors and the design that you've developed. I love the project, and especially I love the summer skull zoomed in render that you have. I think like that effect that you have on the skull, it's looking really good. I just wish, like, if I had to comment one thing, I wish that in the similar shot for the winter look that you have, I wish you had like just to for me this feels like you've overdone the ice effect on the skull. I feel if you had to show that effect, you could have reduced it just the way you've done it in the summer version, just to indicate the season. I feel like this is a bit too overdone, but other than that, overall, I love the texturing that you have done, the modeling and everything for both the seasons. It's really great work. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think like you guys did a lot of, even while you were preparing, you did a lot of like this research into how to like properly apply texture, and it really comes across. I think some of the close-up shots of your prosthesis work phenomenal. Like it shows that level of detail that you need in a close-up shot, really. Like I think exactly this one works so well, because once you get so close, like you really need to think about the textural quality of the surfaces that you're working with, also with like some almost like a more micro scale. And I think that because you've done that work even during the past like 2-3 weeks, it all really comes across, like it kind of elevates the visuals, also sort of explains the project, I think, in a much nicer way. So I think I really applaud these zoom ins. They work really well because the detail is actually included into the modeling and the texturing and the rendering itself. So well done.
Thank you.
Just on this visual here, one thing I wanted to say is it's not easy to transition between like natural materials like ice and wood, and then some more like man-made ones like those metal elements that are showing there. But I think you guys found a really nice balance. So great job, and the visuals were phenomenal.
Thank you very much. It's very nice of you.
Okay, thank you guys for being consistently awesome. You guys have laid down a really neat and clean diagrams and presentation overall, like showing your project. Really happy to see that finally coming out in the terms of textures and everything you have been working throughout. Like every day you came up with new results, and everything was so awesome to like finalize the best one. It was like so difficult to pick the best materials for you guys, because you guys had so many good options there every time. Every day you came up with a good work. So congratulations and a really good job.
Thank you, Eva.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to Lithia, team 8. Oh, sorry, team 7. Fatima, please do not give us your curse. She comes up with a lot of jinxes and curses.
Can you hear me, or do I use a different?
Yeah, we can hear you well.
Okay, perfect. Let me share screen. Why isn't it showing? There it is. Okay, did you see it, or?
I don't see it. Yeah, I think now. No, I don't see it.
Okay.
The curse already started.
Okay. Is it sharing now? I hope it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see now.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Hello, I am Fatma Farrog, and this is Leoxy Morosa, a tale about one of the most timeless concepts of the humanoid races, which is the key to immortality. A certain species has actually achieved this said immortality, and this is the Medusae, also known as jellyfish. They are symbiotic interconnected species by nature and can revive themselves from their ashes. But in our tale, it's not so simple. For a hefty price must be paid, something of equivalent value must be sacrificed, and it's for humanity. This tale is set in Gorgonia, a metropolis of transhumazoans, where Gorgonia is divided into 4 main livable districts, and the district of the dead as well, which is the graveyard. So we've got the ruling family, the visionaries, the Medusers and Shakers, the laborers, the graveyard, and the key to immortality somewhere down deep in the abyss. The natives are the alphas. We've got the alphas, which is the ruling family, and then we've got the gammas, the visionaries, and then we have the betas, which are responsible for commercial like activities, transportation, and entertainment. And we've got the deltas, which are the labor force. And now we meet Lithia, our femme fatale and the protagonist of this tale. How did Lithia come to be? Well, this is a sneak peek of the design process behind her creation, which is an endless cycle of mid-journey to manual sketches to the endless modeling experimentation over and over again. This is Lithia is initially an alpha gamma, and this is Lithia's evolution cycle. And as she delves deeper into the abyss looking for her secret to immortality, her first evolution level is the Alphaic royal garb. This is sorry. And this shows a close-up of her already diverse nature of her initial evolution due to her hybrid nature. As for the 2 main materials that can be noted here, that are the gastrodermic flesh layer and the epidermic layer. And the gastrodermic flesh layer is actually mixed between firm human flesh and jelly, and it follows a spectrum. As for the epidermis layer, it's a thin, translucent material, gelatinous membrane that encompasses the body. As for the gamic turquoise appendages, which is the second level of evolution, she grows primary limb weaves into the arms for her arms, as well as another protective mesoglea layer covering her centralized nervous tentacles that wrap around her head. This also shows the different types of appendages that she has at this stage and how they link to her original ancestors. You can also see the interwoven limb patches, which are actually portions of the primary limb weave and is used to patch any wounds or tears in her body. She can be considered a living interwoven tapestry at this point. Lithia's third evolution is the Betae bioluminescent growth, and this is a breakdown of the different types of organisms that sprouted upon and embedded into Lithia as she moved through the beta district with the Medusers and Shakers. Lithia's 4th level of evolution is the Deltaic tentacles and purple terror. And here you can see how she has both external appendages and interwoven ones. Here you could see the first type of weapon she grows, and that is the purple terror. And it's like the short version of it, which lay dormant and embedded within her gastrodermic flesh. And then there's the reverse medusa, a phenomena she gains which automatically responds to any type of danger that comes in close proximity to her. And then we can see the purple terror version 2, which is the longer one, which are as well as the secondary upper translucent white tentacles that can aid in her with a myriad of jobs. Here we can see how this how she compares to Deltaic laborers in size, and it shows how the appendages are attached to her. And now a quick materiality study that explains the reverse medusa phenomena mentioned earlier. So when all is fine and dandy, you've got the translucent soft dormant jelly that covers any intense emissive bioluminescent elements. And once danger is afoot, it hardens into a rock-like texture that smothers those emissive elements as a form of protection and camouflage. A quick head study here shows the level of transformation she has unintentionally gained so far the facial algaic bioluminescent growth, the reverse medusa, and the nerve tentacle wrap. And also I had to include another reverse medusa phenomenon study where the light varies and how it like affects its bioluminescent like layer beneath it. And for the final evolution, we've got the Celtic. This is called the Celtic evolution, and this could be this is going to be like shown or broken down into a catalogic manner. So we've got the zapping filament tentacle shroud at the zeta stage, which actually act as a protective layer, and they produce they shoot out unlethal doses of venom from their harpoon-like edges just to paralyze those around her that want to harm her. And then we've got the purple terror, and that's the perfect weapon against predators, as well as the elongated secondary tentacles we talked about, that give Lithia more reach to further assist her in her journey. And then we've got the mesoglial layer and the primary limb weave that was mentioned earlier, and it's rejuvenative and splicing properties. And there's also then we've got the royal garb, the Alphaic royal garb, which is just a social symbol rather than protection. And when worn, she's instantly recognizable as part of the royal family and is treated as such. And this is her final stage. And this is what's housed within all of these layers.
Last 2 sentences, Fatima.
Sorry?
Last 2 sentences, your time is up.
Okay. This is a quick like bioluminescent fungal growth and breakdown. And then this is the sensorium response study, and it shows how she responds to different levels of depth and the different lighting elements. And then here's another way that light affects Lithia, especially in the head area, as she delves deeper into the abyss. And as she descends even further beyond the district of the dead and closer she hopes to the secrets she also craves, she starts to decompose bit by bit, losing elements of her, and her tiny companions disintegrate and leave her in her lonely journey form. She starts to lose her bioluminescence, her radiant colors, her essence. What will happen to Lithia, you ask? Well, you shall see in the coming chapters. To be continued. Thank you.
Thank you, Fatma. I love the research and thoughtfulness that you've put into the project and how committed you were like towards the storytelling like from the beginning. So definitely like an amazing job there, like on all the body of work that you've put together, right? Like as again, like a team of one. So definitely like a great progress. There is also uniqueness to the character and the way that it's displayed. It's again, like something that like, you know, it's unexpected, like in the way that like you're portraying. Again, like I see that they are working with a lot of different materials, renders, like the light and how like which stage Lithia is in and like how she's changing. I think that there is, you know, a lot of work that has been done on that front, but I still think that there is an opportunity also to continue just clarifying which these stages are for you and having them as, you know, like stronger visuals that like you're more committed to like one way of representation that is like changing. So more cohesiveness in the way that like you're going from stage to stage. Definitely I would encourage you to look into more presentation, right? Like not just like the visuals that you are putting on the board, but how you're actually pairing them with the storytelling, because like it felt a little bit that it wasn't as you know, like just thought of, right? Like how exactly like you're going to present each stage. It was more just like talking to, you know, like a work session, right? Like on where you are, rather than like presenting like the story with the visuals paired in order like to make a stronger statement there. So again, like that's, you know, like your first really like presentation on a chapter. So there are going to be more and more like opportunities for you like to get sharper, because I know it's a huge body of work,
but it's very important for you to be able to understand which like of like everything you've done, you need to like narrow down in order to make your message stronger. So I think that like with these like things in mind, like this is a strong project. I'm really excited to see it developing into the next stages, especially because I know how excited you were to like work with the stages of Lithia and her like becoming like the amalgamation, the corpuscle, like becoming her environment. And I think it's going to be very, very interesting to see like how you're going to accomplish that and the strategies you're going to like move into like in order to make this a reality. So yeah, well done. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Very stylish work, and the best part for me is the face. It works so well, and it reminds me kind of an abstract painting or something like this. Really cool project.
Thank you.
Hi, Fatma. Can you hear me? Yeah, I just want to say, cool work, cool progress. I know where we left, and I see lots of work now. Also pleased that you managed to accomplish, what you have in mind, like showing several stages when basically we left, you were about to start actually working on your final character, right? And then you managed to have a variation of it, which is really cool, and it works with the narrative you set up for it. It's worth to say that, like the beginning of your so like final production time has been a bit delayed. So I think you put together a lot of amount of work in the past days. That being said, I think like a piece of a suggestion for me now on would be to be a bit more strategic with the planning, right? Trying to plan out what you're planning, what you want to achieve within a few days, within a week, and like giving it some sort of like time schedule, and avoid, which is something that happened, starting from scratch all the time, just because that little detail doesn't seem to be there yet, right? I feel like that's something that you probably overcame in the past days, and that it shows through your work. But at the same time, what shows is that certain details, the refinement on certain meshes, it could have been curated a bit better. So I feel like now that you're starting, nailed on the tools, is well, probably, like step by step, but this will get better with time and with the next chapters. So my overall feedback is like, I'm impressed by the work that you put together, and I'm pleased to see that you managed to keep the poetry of your narrative, which you were very much attached to. At the same time, like the technical aspect of it can be curated a bit more. So just keep in mind, being more strategic on the planning could really help you with that.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you so much.
Great work.
Thank you.
Okay, then I think there are no more comments. Thank you, Fatma. And I'm happy you brought back all your research that you've been doing consistently and brought that narrative. But yeah, I mean, definitely we have to strategize that more like in terms of presentation mode. But eventually, all the research that started coming out in design is a huge success for you. Like you started playing with so many models, and like I know like how efficient you went with the tools and like improved throughout the progress, and redo all the models in 1 day, 2 day, and brought up new ideas, and it shows a great progress in your skill set as well.
Thank you, Ava. Thank you for pushing me so hard.
Sure. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to the fashionable team. It is Bernie and Advait.
Hi everyone.
Hello.
Very happy to see you all again and thank you for your time. Let me share my screen. Fatma, you're still sharing your screen. Okay.
Yeah, I removed it.
Okay, I think, yeah, you see it now. Okay, so I am Bernie, a Paris-based art director.
And I'm Advait, an architect based in India.
And among all this beautiful work from our classmates, we would like to bring you another unique chapter. And this presentation, it thinks as the Earth catalog from Stuart Brand, and we evolved to make it very dirty, with processes to convey the feeling of a lab, and very clean, but ebullient with ideas and samples. And our story is a green transhumanist one, and it's called Post-Natural. And how are we going to live over wounds and waste? And what if our path was to merge with nature?
So in this transhumanist story, we started with the idea of an all-organic civilization, a world where its beings exercise occult control over the organic life and its growth. And further, with the help of AI, we started questioning ourselves, what kind of spaces this world have? Will they be ever-growing in nature? What kind of new patterns of life will we be able to see? And what multiple properties would they hold? Or even the prosthetics of humans in this world and their surroundings. Ultimately, we're trying to build a lifestyle, a supernatural living lifestyle experience with the assistance of AI.
This framework considers the domain of science, archaeology, technology, and climate change as synergic forms of thinking and making, in which the input of from one becomes the output of another. We are trying to explain what means being human through craftsmanship and the beauty of nature.
And according to our concept, our timeline describes the journey of human species through the next 5 centuries, wherein which it undergoes self-destruction, creating a post-apocalyptic world in which all organic life is lost. Humanity then rediscovers the importance of nature's existence when it comes across a living database of all patterns of life, which projects the visions of an all-organic world.
First, we looked at today's most polluting industries and at which materials that can be reused, such as fabrics from fashion industry to metals in manufacturing, glass in constructions, but also plastics in food retails. Then we made some studies of the patterns and textures that we may find in nature in prospect of our own environment. Here are some attempts for surface rigidification on 3D shapes.
With the ecology, we also try to study what certain different textures of life communicate with us. For example, the veins on the leaves symbolize a transfer network of signals, while the scales and fossilized growths project a certain kind of toughness when it's used on a surface.
And after these studies, we started exploring prosthesis through the lens of an AI-generated design. And then by adding our own human cultural craftsmanship and heritage, we meant to be co-designers with this new technology.
So during our multiple modeling iterations, we started experimenting with different forms and patterns of life that fit our narrative. And this led us to interpret certain 2D patterns of life into 3D computational designs.
And we too went through experimentation about functionality and materials. This is the final form that we end up with, which is a supernatural being. And of course, we started experimenting with materials according to our narratives and which one has the best fit for prosthesis.
So here in the materiality, we try to showcase the organic composition of different parts of our prosthesis according to their functionality. For example, the petals in our prosthesis are the habitat decontaminator, which are rich in iron and chlorophyll content and also have a porous surface. Furthermore, the prosthesis mapping helps us visualize the form and proportions of each element of our prosthesis and defines its functionality. In the case of the exoskeleton, which is the energy distribution network made of bone and gold, the prosthesis mapping helps us visualize the porous and rigid form of it and also its aesthetic proportions through its silhouette. The power bulb, which is the energy store of our body, which consists of a pure energy nucleus and is responsible for the energy flow throughout the entire prosthesis via the exoskeleton. And here, we'd like to show you some beautiful detailed views of our prosthesis. In this view, we can see the translucent textile mask changing its nature and fossilizing when in proximity with the armor.
A bone gold network exoskeleton that connects the entire prosthesis. A melanin glass armor absorbing UV radiations and adds to the body energy stores. And what about polyps on petal surface responsible for environment and air purification?
And even the crystals on the petal surface, which allow our prosthesis to communicate with the external environment using waves. And here is a combined view of all the beautiful details of our prosthesis coming in as a whole.
A prosthesis is a fantastical beast from folklore and literature. This creature exists on the cusp of the natural and the mythical. It augments, fuses with, and adapts to nature, exploring the limits of the human biology and experiences. And having put ourselves in charge of our own evolution and that of other species, what will we choose to do with this extraordinary power? Oops.
So we'd like to invite you all to experience the supernatural lifestyle of our post-natural world and encourage you to explore the answers to these questions for yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Such a beautiful prosthesis, such a wonderful storytelling. Thank you, guys, like for the work. It's definitely like very, very beautifully put, and also like the storytelling, it's very strong. The only comment like from my side would be to just, you know, like add more of the initial storytelling and mid-journey explorations, because you had very strong narrative, and even the way that you were presenting, you know, like this future past, you know, like and how to work with like these different aspects of it, and showing like these different artifacts, again, like was something that was very strong, and like we couldn't really we didn't have the opportunity like to just immerse in it and appreciate in a way. But on the side like of the storytelling and just like how we put together everything that has to do with the prosthesis, I think that that was very, very strong. I have also like maybe like one comment about like materiality, especially when it comes to the head, because again, like it comes like a lot like from ideas like from the Grand Masters. Like I think that like a little bit of the features of the face, because of the translucency of the material, like, or maybe like how it's rotated, like they're a little bit lost. But I love like how light and translucent it feels. So like again, like maybe, you know, a little bit more research on materiality and how to show that portion of the work and just this piece might be worth investigating. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I just want to say I really like your projects. I liked it since the beginning, and I must say you've been consistent to and attached to your characters since the very beginning. So we as tutors, we could kind of really follow along the progress as well. What I'm a bit not so convinced here is probably some aspect that, to me, it feels like they've been lost on the way. So, for instance, I wish the headpiece and the shoulder piece could speak to each other a bit more. I wouldn't have gone in so much differentiation of materials, right? Sometimes having more doesn't necessarily mean better results at the end. So I feel like you had several variations where and iterations where you achieve a bit more of consistency. Also, finding the right material in your specific case to make this feel more of a sort of like a consistent character rather than made out of several pieces and maybe highlight those very subtle moments, such as the you know, like being able to see the face features through the veil. I think that was very important. At the beginning, you were referencing a lot to, you know, those masterpiece sculptures, right, from the from historical moments that you've been trying to bring till the end, and then it feels like now it's been a bit it's been lost a bit. That being said, I remember, you know, at some point, that's another thing that got lost, but in my specific opinion, that was kind of of an interesting add-on when you were having, by contrast, you were playing between these two characters. So one will be the more calm state of your character, and then you had this narrative for having another one existing in parallel, which would be the more color, you know, rich and exaggerated one. And I feel like even there, you were once again working by contrast with this what you've been doing with the forms so far, but you were also doing it at a character level, having these two so like different emotional moments of the same character playing against each other, and the result was really interesting. So it's a bit of a pity to see that's not happening anymore, but I'm sure that you guys are keeping all these interesting ideas for the next chapters as well. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you, Nicolas. We really like this dramatic states, you know, but you know, we are really beginners, so maybe it was better to stay focused on one for now, and then doing the materiality and staying focused on the materiality, then moving on the next chapter on the dramatic states. But we are really keeping it like with once we can do like some animation and all, it can be very interesting.
I think the only piece of advice now that you're entering the next chapters is to not to be so anxious in getting more things in place. You know, I think you had such a very delicate and elegant result, even at mid stage when we were like still like after the first week already. You were quite advanced in level without really having to add too much to your character. So not necessarily adding more is a good thing sometimes. That being said, I think you have such a unique language that I would definitely try and keep. I'm really curious myself to see how you get this to the architectural and urban scale. So that's why I'm saying I'm really looking forward. You know how to do that. You have certain characters and certain work that you kept aside, but can always come back.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
We're pretty excited to explore the next chapter with this prosthesis, because I feel like it kind of opens up a lot of avenues for us to explore in this organic life. So, yeah.
I also think in the next chapter you can bring a lot of the artifacts, right? Like as pieces again, like of the corpuscle and how they're scattered or found, or again, like, so bring back your initial story. It was so strong. Like, you're right. I think that's where the missing piece is for a lot of like the comments also, because like again, like even this, like, you know, like putting these different elements in such a scattered way that like it's very clear, again, like the collage, you know, like that you made, like of the different pieces and how they are like structured together. It comes back from the same idea, right? Like, so that's why like you could understand it though, like if you see the artifacts and how the artifacts are put together and how they're scattered, rather than like thinking about like the cohesive story. And I think that that's where, you know, like Nicolas is talking about the cohesiveness, and he's right, from like, you know, like this perspective, like looking at the presentation. But if you had the storytelling of the beginning, like I think that like everyone would get like why things are so segregated and like different pieces, that you could imagine like them being like in different times, you know, like from different influences, like being taken out and like other pieces being replaced by them. So that's why, like, again, like the beginning, the story, like from the beginning to end, it's like super crucial.
Pavlina, we can't wait to work on this artifact. Like, we have like so many ideas.
Yeah.
we started to model and all, but like as we are very beginners, like we have to stay focused and just move one by one, and really like taking your time to understand every software. But we have like so many ideas and sketches for this for these artifacts. Like I can't wait to design them now.
Okay, so super exciting. Well, you did such an incredible job, you guys. It doesn't really like show that you're like such beginners, right? Like, so it's definitely, I think that like you've done an amazing job, like pushing, learning, like being good partners to each other and, like getting this like amazing results.
Thank you. Thank you.
Really interesting project. My best part here is this torso network with gold and white splashes. It's so cool. And also translucent clothes. Yeah, everything is look very elegant. Cool.
Thank you, Oleg.
Thank you.
One thing I really enjoyed about the presentation, you guys started really talking about the process, and you started with those grayscale images showing how you built it in 3D and then worked up to how you layered everything together and the colors and materials. So I think that kind of brought me through that journey. So I thought that was very cool. And there was a view maybe partway through the presentation where you showed these displacement textures that were kind of layered or stacked on top of each other. And I thought those looked quite nice. So great job. And you kept saying beginners, but that didn't really show.
Thank you,
Danny.
Yeah, those are the textures there. They're quite
This
cool.
one. Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, me.
Eva.
Of course, the super excited group. They do not have a stop button. They just keep exploring, having as much fun as they can. Like they have a combined fun of all the teams together, and they are like just keep on exploring until you tell them to basically stop in caps lock letters because they are not stopping anyways, and they are so excited to explore everything. And it really shows in the design the way they progress. They were screaming throughout that we are beginners, but eventually how they have mastered the skills on ZBrush is like I just ping them tutorials please because they are doing it so well, like they are progressing so well, and I'm so happy that that it comes out so well. And they had the second character almost ready as well, the one we just let go. So maybe after this presentation you can go back for the finals and work on that. It was also one of the very interesting one, showing the two states of mutations. So there's a possibility for you to go back and like spend some time there and bring back that character for the finals as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your support,
Thank
Eva.
you. Always
Yeah.
there. Thank you. Thank you, team.
Thanks, guys.
So are we ready for the break?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask if anyone has also like any comments like for Team A. That was Team A's work, like amazing progress, amazing work, you guys. Super excited to see all that. Like, yeah, like don't be shy also, like, from, the other group or, from past year students or guests, like, feel free like to comment, enter the conversation. It's very, like it's important for us like to hear your voice and your views and suggestions, because again, like this is only chapter 1. So, like it's very crucial for the students like to be able like to hear the comments. So yeah, and thank you for everyone who's entering the presentation. If we have any other additional comments on Team 1. Okay, so then we'll take 10 minutes and then we'll start with Team B. Thank you guys, amazing work for now, and see you in 10 minutes back. Okay, let's start, guys.
Okay, let's start with Anya and Adair. Diwa.
Cool. I will share my screen. Cool. Nader,
Hello.
want to take it away?
Yes. Hi guys, my name is Nader and my partner is Anya and this is Cerulean. The answer to human survival is not out there. It is here on Earth. Water. As we built equipment to travel off-world for supplies, our world slowly deteriorated below. It was too late to search for answers among the other planets, forcing humanity to travel to depths unknown. Hope has been found, for a new mysterious crystal holds the answer for the future of humanity. With its ability to deliver highly efficient energy and power the whole world's needs with a single ounce, a new civilization is able to rise and recover from the ashes. There's just one catch. The mineral only works underwater. Civilization adapts using the deep ocean floor now as its celestial sky, a vision to explore and establish the previously unknown. The remaining structures above the water surface are scarce, but still vital to the network of cities as each relies on the other. The remaining inhabitants of this world use the crystals to create new robotic equipment to face their challenges, such as water purification, fresh air supply, power harnessing, travel between cities from high pressure to low, and so on. The robots aid humanity in their survival, but they're not sentient. They are designed around the currently undiscovered creatures that inhabit the ocean. Humanity is saved, but for how long? This is Cerulean.
Yeah. So from there, we began our design process with the upper. We started with the head exploration. We were really focusing on like how does our prosthesis work underwater with breathing and oxygen supply. And then we also explored just flexibility of joints and ribs. And we wanted to explore the foot a lot and just develop that into one unit for better transportation. And so from there, we started to work on the expanded neural capacity and how our prosthetic would live underwater and how it'd be able to change color and its body surface instantaneously for protection. We also thought about a dilated thoracic cavity for a better breathing system for oxygen retention, along with translucent epidermises, which are low density and maximize flexibility for camouflage. And then we also went from there into the mutated forelimbs for easy water flow and fin-like propulsion. And then we have an interdependent organ system in the lower where the hyper-efficient consumption and allocation of bodily energies flow. And then a biopressurized node to help with the expulsion of excess water and an elongated tail to help propel them through water.
And so here are some full body renders. And you can see kind of what Anya was speaking about, like the logic of the sort of organic systems, especially of the organs, how they're kind of all connected throughout the body. We chose to particularly design this through a top-down design, where we're starting to work through the logics of kind of how can we create a sort of organic creature, but that's also kind of mechanical and systematized within every little detail. So you can see the forelimbs, specifically the hands, are very kind of designed for that water propulsion system, and as well as the fin. You can even see the kind of the details on the fin itself, especially with this ideas of like biopressurized spring nodes, how these spring nodes are able to kind of factor in and kind of integrate into the whole design network, and how they're also a pivotal functionality in terms of, you know, relieving excess water and kind of how can a creature survive underneath, you know, these crazy depths that never have been traversed before. So Anya will take us into kind of that logic, but also accordingly to the back and the spine.
Yeah, so in the upper, we wanted to focus on a depressurized spine, and it was made to expand and contract with movement without adding any extra pressure on the surface itself. And then for each structure, they intertwine with the next. And so we have like an outer skeletal structure, a cartilage structure, and a spine and back structure, and each one integrates itself into the next so that they all work harmoniously together to help our prosthetic continue its development underwater. And from there, every moving part has its own process and its own meaning and its own movement. And so the fins we really wanted to focus on too, because those are, you know, what helps them go. It's what helps them just get to the next place. And we are underwater, so we wanted to show you all what that may look like. So in the natural habitat, our new ecosystem for humanity. And we just wanted to emphasize we are at such a depth, you know, we wanted to look up and show you that we are at the bottom of the ocean living. And our skin has changed, everything has changed, but we are still human. And thank you for listening, and we can't wait to further explore the depths of cerulean.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Wonderful work, a lot of attention to detail. Again, like cohesiveness, like from like the first stages of the ideas and the concepts. It was great seeing like some of the design techniques and the process that you showed like throughout the journey you had in the learning curve. I think that it was wonderful to see, and I think that there's going to be like more opportunities again, like to rig the character, like you know, like show like how it's moving and its environment. Also, I think that there are a lot of ideas that are taken from exactly like the environment and how it impacts the body. However, I do think that there might be also an opportunity to think a little bit more about like the body as a whole, and then like because the cavities of the skeletal structure that you're creating might be a little bit of a hindrance in the movement actually in this depth. So I don't know, like if a protective layer over, you know, like the main body might be something that like could make sense like for your project, because right now, like again, like there's like these intricate little like grooves that like the water will penetrate through, or at least like that's how it looks like. Well, on the other hand, like you have the forelimbs and the tail that it's aiding, right, like the movement process. So I think like thinking a little bit more about that aspect of the movement and the environment, and also what is, you know, like very special to these depths that you're going to live within, right? Like that's an interesting also aspect of it, like something that it has to do with the environment itself, like with this like really massive depth that you're exploring into. So, but again, like the details and you know, rendering materiality, like the whole design process and how well you guys like work together, like I commend you on that. So, great job.
Thank you. All right, should I stop sharing?
No, just keep it. So...
Just keep it.
Okay,
here.
cool.
Amazing project, guys. Congratulations. Really cool one, and I really like the visuals, the outcomes of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have you thought about how it would be manufactured? Maybe, you know, there could be some cut lines in some of the surfaces to kind of break up, like, and how it would be, you know, snapped together. Can I draw on this or no? Can you draw on Teams?
See, that's an interesting question. We've never done that.
Here, I think I can give you control if you request it.
Oh, I'm looking at your Miro board. That's what I'm trying to click on, that pen. No. I guess what I'm saying is you know, some cut lines on where things would be snapped together, and just to you have such a beautiful form, you can emphasize it more with some lines going over the shapes. Let's see. How do I request?
I think that there is a request control button on the top, like, but I still don't know, like, after that, like, where it's hidden, because I should have control, but I don't. I
Okay.
don't see just the option. But yeah, you can just press the button request control, which is under on the upper like side.
Upper side.
The other option would be just to take a screenshot and you can share your screen.
Can you? Oh wait, then I have to hide. Then I have to hide work stuff.
Oh yeah, well.
Wait. Okay.
You can share only like that aspect, right? Like when you're sharing, it always asks you what you're sharing exactly. So.
Okay. Can you go back to maybe the helmet? Right. Okay. I'll take a screenshot of this. That's good. Okay. Now I have to figure out how to share.
It's on. It's next to the leave button. So.
I'll stop presenting.
It's next to the leave button. Open share tray.
No, it's like it's share exactly on the upper right hand side.
Okay. Did that work?
Yep.
Okay. So I guess, well, I always get yelled at this with my boss. He wants to be more realistic. So, you know, so maybe some nice cut lines to kind of accentuate the form. You know, maybe the front of the mask is cut like that.
Lee, do you want to use like a red line maybe, because you're very close to what the guys have as color, so it's just more difficult to see. Yeah.
I'll make it bigger too.
Yeah, and a little bit zoomed in. I think it's gonna be.
Oh, okay.
Perfect.
Okay, so maybe, you know, maybe the front of the mask could have some cut lines there. And then even if you know, that this could be one whole shape in the front that you could cut off. I think you use ZBrush or Maya. I guess it doesn't matter, but you could cut that off and then you can start adding more detail. You know, maybe some little holes for screws or some kind of futuristic joint. And I think if you did that, you know, in certain spots all over the prosthesis, it would look great. And it would describe that form more, because the white color, sometimes you get lost. You know, I know there's a shadow here, but you can't really see it. And I think some of these cut lines would help.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
I've never thought of this, so thank you.
Okay, cool. You're welcome.
Thank you,
I'll
Lee.
stop. You're welcome. I'll stop sharing. Let's see. There it is. All right.
Yeah, Lee has designed some really cool, you know, characters and helmets and stuff like that. So you should definitely like check his work, like on ArtStation online. Like I think it's a great inspiration, like for what you guys are working on. So
cool. Thank you.
Comments?
You're welcome.
Hi guys. I do agree with Lee, and to the extent that you guys, I mean, I appreciate what is on the screen. I think your project looks great, and you kind of find a language that definitely makes sense with this kind of like undersea creature, yet machinery-looking guy. I'm happy that you managed to find a way to represent this, to give this underwater feeling, something that we've been working on together as well. And so I think the visualizations are great. That being said, I think this is pretty much what we left with a couple of weeks ago. So I was really looking forward to see more of this, or at least you guys bringing it to another level of detail. That's why I kind of agree with what Lee was pointing out as well, right? All the joints moments, thinking about how you would assemble these pieces together, having a bit more of close-ups, or telling us how the materiality works, right? I think like all that part is kind of like a missed occasion. At the same time, you know, this is coming from the perspective of a tutor who's been working with you day by day and know where you guys left. So that means definitely that, you know, at the end of our path together, you are pretty much ready to present. That's something that we've been discussing. So great job on the overall. I think also kind of like you're already sending, you know, really starting building bridges towards what was coming next in the chapters, because you definitely have a language there. And I can totally see this growth to the scale of a vehicle, of a building even. So that really works in your favor. That being said, I'll say when you see that something works and you got there and we tell you that you are pretty much there, that doesn't mean there is not more to undiscover, right? To uncover and to discover. So I'll say like just keep it as an attitude towards the next chapters, because you see like this is really like a constant work in progress. That the DesignMorphine Master is built in this way. So there is never really the right moment to stop working and thinking what's next. We'll be doing that till the very end, right? We'll be thinking about, but what if, right? New possibilities, new opportunities. So just try and keep this attitude alive in the next chapters. But aside of that, the project is amazing. I'm in love with the project. I've been since pretty much the beginning. And I think, you know, you find the right proportions to play with certain details, which at the beginning were a bit off. I feel like now, you know, the overall character makes sense. And even when you show us the few close-ups that you have on the helmets, they're really great. The way that you introduce that nuances of colors, you know, kind of like resembling certain, like the gill of a fish or some sort of like underwater creature. The way you introduce is so subtle, a bit underneath the overall skin. I think that's really smart, and it's definitely part of the language that you want to keep for the next chapters.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much. And we will continue to develop it further. Always a work in progress.
Thanks, Nicholas, for the comments. Thank you all for the feedback. Yeah, really like good job, guys. You were there from the beginning. You keep the design language. You were cohesive. Everything in the model is clear. It's like topologically very beautiful. So congratulations.
Yeah, actually I agree, like, because topologically it's quite clean. All of the comments you've gotten with like seams, even if you look at your like screenshots from Maya, you already have that information. You're very close, so you can just move on, like move forward with that as well. One comment that I would have that's just more to do with the presentation, because like Nico, I've always been like a fan of how you've worked through the design and like a geometrical resolution of the project. In presentation, like the switch between narrative and you going into describing the prosthesis was a bit jarring. Like it just switched from like a very theoretical thing to like, let's go into Maya and show you how the model looks like. So I would just reconsider like making that transition a bit softer. I think it would make more sense in order to like guide the people into like the more specific parts of the project. But like as Tung was saying, topologically it's so clean that there's very easy ways that you can add more detail into the existing geometry. So yeah, in all, like really well done. Very, very, very satisfying like final output for this chapter.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
I would like to
Yes,
quickly just say that I really love their project. I mean, I've been following them from the work in progress board. I like their topology, their final visuals, and the details that they put in. And overall, this is one of my very favorite projects. No bias, but very honestly, I love this project a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, everyone. Okay, should we move on? Team B2. So we have Kumaran and Susra.
You hear me?
Yes.
Hello. I'll share the screen.
Hello, everyone. We're retardant and extremely
extreme arid climate survivors, and we're here to tell you the story of how we got here. A couple of years ago, we woke up one day to these blinding lights, and it felt like the unimaginable had happened. It almost felt like the melting point of Earth. Everything around us was distorted. Earth as we knew it was no more. There were flocks of people running to an unidentified vessel. They called it Ark X. Just like Noah's Ark, it was supposed to be the only way to be safe from all the destruction. I grabbed my brother and we joined them. As we got to the vessel, we began to understand why everyone was running here. It was supposed to be the self-sufficient mobile vessel that adapts to the need of humanity over time. It was supposed to be resilient to any other form of future disasters. It was supposed to be the optimum environment to save civilization. As the vessel began to move in space, something strange happened. It crashed. There was some attack from some form of bioluminescent forces that caused it to crash into this extremely hot, almost volcanic-like environment. There was so much wind. The heat from this tornado-like swirls started burning through all of us. It almost felt like we were in an oven. Our throats began to dry swiftly. The environment around us was rapidly changing. Things started burning. Our skin was falling off. Our muscles started drying out. There was no moisture in the air. Our skins were cracking. The one thing we thought would never happen was happening. It was almost as if we started responding to this extreme arid environment. I looked to my brother and he looked almost like the skeletal, callous desert alien. Although we were all in fear and you could see it in our eyes, but our survival instincts kicked in and somehow our nervous systems began to respond to this. We began to mutate. We were reacting to the organic cellular in this environment. Our posture over time began to evolve, almost as if we became more compact and stunted to give us more balance in this new environment, to almost create more resistance to the forces in the environment. Everything felt so different. There was no water. There was no sign of life apart from the humans from Ark X. There were no fruits. The trees were dried out. We were always burning. It was always dust, rocks, and thorns everywhere. We were the only survivors. We were the retardants. Over time, we began to develop new biological systems. The retardants were made up of 5 unique systems over time due to various mutations in different parts of our body. From our front, you can see like we had the receptor layer, which was this gelatinous protective vessel that our body had formed over time to protect all our internal organs from the extreme condition. Another layer that we started to have in this receptor, I must add, we had heat trapped in it, but also it was helping us absorb and store water. Another layer was layers of dried skin that were not completely burnt off, but were drying off over time. We also had layers of muscles that were beginning to tear from the exposure to this extreme heat and drought. Parts of our bones started to become exposed. Various densities of cracked bone could be seen all around our body, depending on the intensity of the bond. A bone-like malleable exoskeleton almost formed around our body over time, kind of holding all of these different systems in place. From our back, you could see similar systems happening. Our flesh was burning, our muscles were tearing, all of these new systems were beginning to form, but somehow we were still surviving.
Our eyelids and nostrils grew filters to protect us from the dust. The skin on our cheeks were drying out over time because of the extreme heat. An antenna-like water sensor grew over our heads as an instinctive response to help us detect water and danger from other predators. The skin over our brain had burnt off, and a protective muscle had grown over our brain. Cage-like bones grew across our chest to protect the respiratory system, circulatory system, and other vital organs from being exposed. Our spine has become exposed from the disintegration of the skin, but a bony cage has grown from it, protecting the internal organs from the heat and keeping them intact. Spikes that extract extract moisture from the air were also growing out of our shoulder pads. The skin on our hands were drying off daily from the intense heat and became more brittle, and our bones gradually got exposed. Our fingers morphed into the long, sharp elements that help us tear through the rough, dry nutrients in this new environment. Similarly, a fibrous tissue had grown over our reproductive parts to further protect them from burning or disintegrating due to the heat. These fibrous tissue had grown around the waist and hip to protect the metabolic organs from heat. It had also hardened for us to sit among burning surfaces. Most of the flesh on our limbs had burnt off and they were disintegrating slowly, leaving a lot of dried fractal bones around our joints. Additionally, most of our feet was dried up and it had mutated to a hard, callous surface that looked almost like hoofs. This could withstand the rough, rugged ground filled with crushed rocks and thorns in this new environment. Isra.
Although so many changes were happening in our body, but we somehow were still living. Our body was still firmly held in place. Somehow the structure of the body wasn't broken apart because of this new exoskeleton that was tying everything together. As time went on, we began to think. We as retardants started to wonder, were we lucky for surviving the debacle that happened on Earth? Or if our new mutant, ever-changing form, which was slowly becoming resilient to this environment, was some sort of punishment for thinking that we deserved a better world than Earth, which we destroyed. Are we survivors or are we victims? Stay tuned as we continue our quest to find an answer. Or perhaps we can make this we can finally find a form that will make this environment more conducive. Or maybe ArcX will return to save us from this. Thank you.
Thank you.
You guys.
Oh, look who joined us. Just checking the chat. One of our retardants joined.
That's great. You 3D printed him, huh? So cool. Yes, it's a beautiful presentation, beautiful work. I'm glad to hear that you're keeping again the narrative, the narration, the theatrical, element. Also, getting into this, questions about Earth and seeking other, spaces to live and what it is to be human. I love every aspect of what you guys are putting together. On the presentation side, I think that there is an opportunity for you guys to work together in order to make the storytelling even more cohesive, because I think that your energy doesn't match right now a lot. I know that you have different roles, right? In the way that you're presenting, but still I think that you need to match each other in the presentation, right? I think Yusra, you're very much in the theatrical element, but Barakumaran, I think there is an opportunity for you to step up the energy, the tone of voice, right? And be a little bit more just match this way of representation, so it's just more cohesive and it brings it up even to a higher level. I think that on the design aspect of it, it's it's a beautiful creature. Definitely such detail went into it, such a a thoughtful process into again the environment, exactly how it affects it. You could tell just by looking at it that it is a desert creature, right? So it's definitely that's the first thing that you see, and then going into the details, I think that you appreciate it even more. Because of the mutation and the story, maybe how connected it is to the human, I somehow wish there was a glimpse even of a stage in between, and I love this diagram that you connected the diagram with the storytelling and then going into the prosthesis, and it was just the outline of a human and the outline of your creature, and I think that like or how it like morphed, right? Like, and I somehow like wish that there was a glimpse even like into like the process in between, to just like have it. I don't know like if it needs to be like as detailed as this, or even if it's like like the outline of a like stage in between. But I think that there is an opportunity there just to feel again, because that's a very like a strong moment when you're presenting, especially and you're talking about the human body and how you shrunk, right? Like looking into like that this metamorphosis happening because it's so fast, like, and I think that like even in movies, right, like that's like where it's very very like strong when you see like the metamorphosis happening and the shock, right, like, and everything that has to do with it. So definitely like getting in tune again, like this like very strong storytelling with like some of the key elements, and it's again like you guys are doing amazing, right? Like I'm just trying to make it like perfect. So thank you so much for all the hard work. It's really, really like fantastic.
Thank you.
Yeah, I do agree with Pavlina. I want to say, guys, you basically check all the boxes. I think you're, what I like of your project is this quasi, say, folkloristic aspect of your character that I think it's really unique. Like you managed to build a language over the past days you worked on the project that kind of like like take a steps beyond the journey exploration. That being said, I think you in particular, we've been seeing this explosion of the use of patterns, in part thanks to the initial use of Midjourney. You guys managed to integrate these patterns into your character. So I do feel this full integration, and I know this comes through several trials, right? Trials and error processes. And then you also did a great work, I'll say, with the visualization aspect of it. As Pavlina was saying, we can immediately look at this character and think this is coming from some sort of like a desert environment. And at the same time, I do like the use of light that you have in your character. It's really feeling like there is something burning inside your character. So yeah, I think on the overall a very consistent project. And I'm very pleased to see also the amount of close-ups you produce. So good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think like the textural and geometric qualities on your proposal are just so apparent, and I think you had this like very steady progress, and every time you were kind of bringing new stuff to the table, you were always finding ways to like interlace it with what you already have. So it's like building on, like you've shown great skill in like building on like an existing base in a way that shows coherence. So I think like the final product is actually like very well put together. Like you kind of feel like it's one thing, even though that it incorporates aspects that or texturally very different elements. I would also like to commend like even the layout of the page where you're sort of presenting that you're now showing on your screen as well. I think it was a very successful like layout, like to kind of showcase what you have and what it is that you've been working on for the past few weeks. I think it really looks great. So no, well done. Like a very successful presentation as well as design.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi guys. Yeah, very well done. I love the project. I think you guys presented also quite very well. Like you have a quite clear narrative, and I love the visuals. Rendering. I think you have done a lot of work in texturing, and that's quite evident. So there are particular areas where you're showing this burning, and like it's really nice. And then there are some areas where I feel that you could take your texturing and your rendering skill a bit further. For example, in terms on the head, I feel like right now it is definitely looking like a character of the desert, but I feel you could take it even further where what I'm missing here is that like when you say that this character is surrounded in an environment where there's a lot of dust, so I feel like if you had added a bit of dust on the surface, if you had made it a bit more rough, like I wouldn't, especially on the head when I see a shiny surface, I feel like if that had not been there, it would have added much more realism to the renderings. Yeah. Um, but overall, I love the design and I love the all the different patterns and everything that you've added. It's looking really nice. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There was a section in the Mid-Journey concept. Can you go back to that? Can you zoom in, please? The final Mid-Journey. Yeah, the shoulders. I really like how the shoulders flare up and are really delicate, more like almost like an ear. The shoulders in your final design seem a little heavy, like they're sagging. I think if you flared them up more, like the Mid-Journey concept, it wouldn't look like they were sagging as much, unless there's something to the design. But I like the silhouette of the Mid-Journey a little better. That's just my 2 cents. It's thinner and it flares up. It's a nice curve, and you can kind of see inside the body where the shoulder meets, which is really interesting. Like I'm wondering what it looks like where the arm meets the body. What does that look like?
I think there's a slide image down, if you can scroll down below. It shows a bit of different textures maybe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there it is on the right.
The bottom of the page, yeah, kind of like maybe could be worked on a bit more, but yeah.
I feel like it could flare up a little more, like the AI concept. I don't know. That's just my 2 cents.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Great stuff.
Yeah.
Come a long way.
Yeah.
Let's see, Mike and Kate. B3. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. I'm going to share screen. Sorry, 1 second. Okay.
Beautiful. Over thousands of years, a callous exterior has formed over a pocket of energy in a galaxy far away, creating a barren planet. This planet is largely uninhabited, yet it exudes energy across its landscape.
Feeding off the energy of the planet are 4 individual roaming mothers, each a migrating intertwinement of entire ecosystems. These mothers embody a living system at all scales, with each individual as a mere fraction of a connected whole.
The desert mother is dry and bony. The architecture is remnants of creatures past. The creatures are like mites and crustaceans across the surface, nuzzling in between dust and air.
The water mother, light and airy with a sense of gravity different than our own. This ecosystem is filled with vascular, bubbly tubes and bulbous, slimy creatures meandering within.
The Arctic mother is a cold, icy ecosystem where the architecture is calloused. The creatures are giant and slow, conserving warmth and energy for her. In this ecosystem, the offspring are more nurturing than the mother herself.
The forest mother exists between forest treetops. We view it both from above and below the canopy level. The creatures here crawl and hop.
Roaming this planet are two keepers, which exist in the barren world outside of the utopic mothers. The keepers have the ability to wield energy in a way that the mothers cannot. The keepers ensure the order and flow of energy is respected and shared amongst the mothers.
Born through the convergence of mothers, the keepers grow up in a way similar to creatures on Earth.
Here is the Arctic keeper in its youngest form, long and lanky with blubbery legs starting to develop to keep the keeper warm. Thick, callous, mushroom-like forms start to grow around the Arctic keeper for maximum warmth and efficiency. The main metamorphosis happens when the keeper begins to develop branch-like limbs. At this stage, the keeper's body develops to bring its blubber closer to the core to maintain the best structure for the heat and energy. Near the final stage of the keeper development, callous details emerge, formed through the harshness of the environment. In full maturity and light, we can see the Arctic keeper with its vivid colors.
Here is the forest keeper in its youngest form, long and lanky with birch tree-like legs and a closed flower-like form at the head. As the forest keeper grows, the flower-shaped head appears to blossom. The forest keeper's limbs start to twist, forming in a way similar to tree branches on Earth. The main metamorphosis happens when the keeper begins to develop branch-like limbs. The forest keeper's body becomes more calloused as the head continues to blossom. The forest keeper's body continues to develop, with more details emerging. As the head continues to blossom, we begin to wonder just how much this form will open up. And it isn't until the forest keeper is fully developed that we're able to see that the body is more similar to a pine cone than a flower. In full maturity and light, we can see the forest keeper with its vivid colors.
Here we see the forest keeper in its finished form. This keeper has a mixture of crusty and delicate elements throughout it. The head is light and dainty, and as we travel down the body of the keeper, it gets harder and crustier. Here we see the back of the fully developed forest keeper. The crevasses in the structure are for storing extra energy. And in this angle of the keeper, we can start to imagine the flow of energy throughout the keeper, following an S-shaped curve.
Here we see the Arctic keeper in its finished form. This keeper is hardy and meaty. This keeper has been calloused from taking care of the harsher mother environments. Here we see the back of the Arctic keeper, and we can see the full transition of colors and materials from top to bottom. In this angle of the keeper, we see how hardy it is. The Arctic keeper does not mess around.
As we zoom in on the Arctic keeper, we see that it is ever-changing, with new bulbous mushroom forms continuing to grow underneath the surface. As we travel up the body of the Arctic keeper, we see that the mature mushrooms start to glow, exhibiting bioluminescent-like qualities.
Here we can see the crunchy, callous pine cone prickles that start to stick protruding out from the core of the keeper. These forms help to catch and store energy in their nooks. Traveling up the back of the forest keeper, we see the transition of pine cone prickles from hard to soft as we move up the body. The more we zoom into the keeper, the more that we see that it glows throughout.
These keepers are a team, functioning as individuals in a larger whole. Together, they maintain the flow of energy and resources between mothers. But why are they so empty? The core of the keepers is where the energy is maintained and wielded.
Here, the keepers are fully activated, transferring energy between each other, which they will then distribute to the mothers equally. They are maintaining the balance throughout this entire ecosystem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Wonderful. Wonderful project. Such a well done with the presentation, with everything. Like, it's so cohesive, beautifully put. It's very exciting to see, this project come to life, and I'm very happy that you went into a different direction, meaning that it's less humanoid, like what you're creating. You did work very well with the distortions of the body, so it's really amazing and beautiful visuals also.
It's really a unique project, like nothing that we had so far. Congratulations! It's really cool. I like the covers. Also, thank you.
I would love to see a render in nighttime or with darker lighting so you can see the bioluminescence better. I thought that was really interesting, but you can't really see it without when there's too much ambient light. So maybe you could explore and mess around with some test renders of a darker scene.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think like the output is really great, and I'm also quite a big fan of how you decided to present it. I know that we were talking about during our tutorials a lot about like this kind of situation where it should be like immersive, should be in an environment, but this kind of like almost botanical layout actually really works, and I think it was like a good decision for you to present it in this way. Yeah, the presentation was also excellent. I actually really agree with Bernadette. You guys should have a podcast. I'm feeling very relaxed after your presentation. But yeah, in general, I would say the thing that I would probably try to work on is that I think because you have obviously models that are like monoliths, like they're, it's like one model. I think you really need to work with texture maps that would allow you to kind of activate different properties of materials in different areas of the body. So you should work with like maps that kind of can block out or like an alpha channel, block out like reflections, refractions, transparency, anything like that that kind of introduces like textural difference. So color is obviously like an obvious choice, the first choice, but then also there are other characteristics of materials that you can also include. And I can see that there's a little bit more reflection on the head of the flower, but I think like you have an opportunity to also kind of explore that maybe like under surfaces that are sort of facing down or like they're kind of more tucked in, maybe they can have like a material quality that is looks like a bit more like damp or like more like soft, whereas like the external elements could be like more like diffuse, matte, calloused, almost like a skeletal. And I think that that kind of textural difference or material difference between the parts of the of these entities will make a very big difference in how you read it. And I also agree that a nighttime render would be very advisable for you guys. I know that even some of your Midjourney explorations there were like more tonally like dark photos. So I think like that could really like take you further in how you sort of present the project and how you sort of visualize the geometry that you have, which is really nice. And I think it just needs that like final layer of like attention in order to really elevate it.
Great points, Alexia. Thank you so much for the comments. I also was thinking exactly about like the materiality, but also about like the micro details, right? Like I think that Midjourney like gets us exactly in one space that it's like the renders are very clean, right? Like they look like characters from an like animated movie in a way. Well, in your case, because you're going into the more like biological realm, like right, like the way that you're explaining it, like the way that at least like you were like more inclined to go through like in the beginning, I think that there is a layer also of like, for instance, like adding green fungus or like microgreens, on the surface. In order like to get like even like the rendering one step forward to reality. And that's like, I think that like the perfect space where you're going to be playing in between exactly like the mystical, like space which, like this creature exists, but then like getting it like one level up, which like goes like more into like how actually like the core of this, like different like creatures is, and looking into the microgreens and looking into the textures. So definitely into like chapter 2, rendering, right? Like investigate more now that you have like the language and the design and you have that like nailed down.
I would like to have a short comment. First, as a ex-B3 team, congratulations, it's look amazing. I'm really rooting for you guys. I wanted to say almost the same as Pavlina said, that the creatures are very beautiful, but they're kind of still static in a way. They live in the forest. Where's the lichen? Where's insects? Where's squirrels? It feels like maybe there is an opportunity for future to add smaller creatures that benefit because of presence of these mystical and gods-like creatures in the ecosystem. So good luck with the project. It's amazing.
Thank you.
Guys, wonderful project. I really love the evolution that you showed from this like the youngest keeper to the evolution stage, and like those youngest keepers, they look really cute. I think like I was just thinking maybe it would be interesting if you, as you develop your world, it would be interesting to texture and develop those youngest keepers as well and include them in your world as well. So it would be interesting to see various characters at different evolution stage. And overall, it's looking very good. Great texturing, great line, and everything. Really nice.
I love how the purple shapes flow down the back and they start to get smaller. I think that's my favorite part of the whole presentation. That really, my eye really moves down the creature's back and I want to explore. So I think if you did the same thing with the green and orange mother, the legs, maybe you could experiment with the flow of those shapes, because all the mushrooms on the legs are the same size. Maybe they could taper as you go down or taper as you go up. I think that's something you could explore. I'm not sure what it would look like, but I think if you bring some of that flow of the purple mother to the green one, it might look a little better, I think.
I just subscribe to previous comments. I think you guys did a great job. Those two characters, they're both peculiar in their own, but they also seems like they're coming from the same fairy tale. So I know each one of you has been developing his or her own character since the beginning, but you've always been speaking to each other. So this is a kind of like an added value to your work, is the fact that you really work well together. You speak to each other, you help each other when there was issues like how do we texturize this, right? And I must say that I just really enjoy working with you guys. It's been a pleasant experience, an enriching experience. So just positive comments from my side. Only little critique, if I can make one, is something that we've been talking about, which was maybe starting seeing a bit of the context where these characters are placed, getting an idea of the scale of these. I know there was like this discussion like, should they be as tall as a skyscraper, like walking on forests and try overcoming mountains, or rather they should kind of be a more like a smaller scale type of characters, which is what your iterations or your evolutions suggest. By the way, I really do love the evolutions as well. So just overall, great job, guys. I'm really looking forward where this is going with the next chapters. That's going to be interesting.
They won't have a choice for next chapter to not develop the environment. So this is
you'll have to face it.
Yeah, they have to face it. But yeah, thank you guys from the beginning. You were true to your story. You take the risk, and it's a rewarding risk. So thank you, and let's continue with quality work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Okay, let's go to team B4. We have Keiko and Clark.
Good morning, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Oh, yeah.
Can you guys hear me? Good morning,
Yes.
afternoon, night, morning.
Good, whatever time of the day that you're on. Okay. Clark, shoot for it.
Oh, really? Full screen the page. I can get started.
I'm sharing screen, right?
Yeah, it's a full screen. Just
Yeah.
full screen, the whole thing.
Gotcha. There we go.
Yeah.
Hello, my name's Clark, and my partner's name is Kiko, and our project is called The Feral Figure. Our story begins in a galaxy floating through the cosmos. There existed 4 planets. These planets lived separately and evolved socially, economically, and technologically. Their existence was known to each other through the night skies displaying their fellow planet neighbors, unable to detect that they were not alone in this tiny cluster floating through space. One planet eventually developed technologically to where they could explore beyond their own home planet. This one decision has changed the course of history for the 4 planets in the cosmos. 1 billion years into the future have shown what has truly lasted in a time of exploration, conquering each other have defined the landscape that exists. The exchange of many ideas, technologies, and resources merges these once 4 separate planets into one giant interstellar ecosystem. Thousands of cultures, economic systems, and natural resources shared have changed the entire system. These landscapes range from urban environments to desolate lands that have once held prominent civilizations, dusted away to time. Millions of years of exchange of resources, ideas, war, and many others have resulted in the environment you see today.
The dwelling units have evolved into a recharge and a represervation of the feral figures, sanctuary or a haven or a lair. A kit of parts, the feral figure represents the heart of the dwelling to activate its lair, acting as a hideout space for the feral figure to escape further eruption and continue to preserve what's left of the human race. These dwelling units are micro units that make up the macro system of the cosmos. Each dwelling unit is a module to interlock with other units, creating the kit of parts habitat. When the feral figure decays, the dwelling unit is replaced with newly mutated module to ensure the stability in this feral society. The feral figure representations of the humankind are creatures in form preserved reminiscent of the human, King Tut of the interstellar. The feral figures are divided into groups depending on the purity of their formation. An elite breed made up of mostly engineered prosthesis with lack of emotion, a beta breed that makes up the majority of the population, and a malfunction product that failed to be classified under an advantageous breed. The characters are made up of heavily engineered parts, translucent rock shell, revealing the organic reminiscent of the human race. The more translucent the shell, the more translucent the shell, the more malfunction the breed, and it reveals the amount of organic growth inside each feral figure. A collection of hearts represented in the form of a collection of emotions represented in the form of hearts nestled inside different chambers that are carved out of the body. The body then acts as a vessel to collect and protect those emotions. While the figure tries to protect those emotions, the body as engineered tries to suppress those emotions by forming rigid crystals around each heart, preventing them from growing further. The figure and its body behavior are in conflict between protecting those emotions while simultaneously oppressing them. The narrator is a genetically malfunctioned Tut, a feral figure that failed to mutate into at least the beta breed due to mechanical glitch that poured too much heart into the feral figure. And the Tut tells the story that was once called the human race, and to describe the emotions of the humankind through its malfunctioned body.
The legacy of these feral creatures remain as an integral part of these planets. Studies of excavation processes exposing the remains of the feral figure at its resting place. As a layer of the ground is stripped away layer by layer, we start to reveal the formation of the King Tut of the interstellar.
And we like to go things backward a little bit, and we're going to show you the process of how the design came along at the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Can you just zoom in into the character for now?
Yes.
Not the whole board, yes.
Zooming in. Mira's lagging. There we go.
Thank you, guys. Beautiful work. It's a very interesting like creature, and I'm happy that like you know, like you guys like mastered again like the way that like you're working with Midjourney, like taking, you know, like a lot of like the colors and the textures and the vibe that you had like from the story. I think you did an amazing job also telling the story behind the scenes, and you know, like why things look the way they do like in the project itself. I think that the renders have come also a long way, and like it has like this bioluminescence, like you know, like feel, in order like to show exactly and glow like in the darkness. So I think that you've done a great job there. I do think that like throughout the presentation, and that's not only like a comment to you guys, but I think that it's a good, you know, like opportunity to talk about it here. Like you need to curate a little bit more like the views, like and what you are able to see, like while you're going through Miro. For instance, like you are using the buttons, right? Like, and again, like that's not only a comment to your team, but everyone, almost everyone did that. Like you can hide the button, you know, like out of the view area, like which you're showing. And I think you were doing a good job, like once you're presenting like the mid-journey explorations, but then when you started like presenting like some of your own work, like it was going into the boards of other students and so on. So make sure that like you know, like the cohesiveness, like in, you know, like the storytelling, like don't get us out of, you know, like your project, but make sure that like you zoom in and you show really like your project at all times. But other just that this comment, you know, that it's something very easy to implement. I think that like you've done a great job like working with the designs. I do think that there is an opportunity like to clean up a little bit like some of the meshes and the design itself, but I also understand that it's the first time that you guys are working with Maya polygonal modeling, and also you know, like the challenges that it comes like into like representing such complex designs. And I do appreciate a lot that you're going into, you know, like different layers of the skin, and then like you're exposing the inside, and then like how you're working with this like layering and how you're showing it like with the you know, translucency. So I know that this is not easy to make, and you know, like it's only, you know, like a growth process from here. So well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think a lot of our challenges were at least visually with the skin. We were seeing like what would be seen and what would be seen. So like we were a lot of back and forth was me rendering and speaking with Kiko, like what would we need to be modeled and things like that to be shown. So that was a lot of the challenge, was the translucent body in particular.
Yeah, and I think it's good to continue this research too right now, exactly, like because like you haven't even been through the media lab, right? Like so there are going to be like even more things that you discover along the way of how to represent it better. But I think that you're in a very good spot. It's just, you know, the extra like side, and as you know, Nicholas was saying, it's a journey of learning, constant journey of learning and improving. So definitely like take all the opportunities to do that, right? Like as
Yep.
you're moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So good, everybody's speechless.
God, I hope so. Okay. Well,
Yeah, I think with your guys' team, like there was a lot of, like I remember the whole process, and I think you worked very hard to sort of start accommodating a little bit better all of these things that you wanted to include into both your narrative and your prosthesis. And I think you've done like a really great job of like progressing those like geometrical accommodations in order to achieve what you want. So like even when I see like obviously I appreciate all of the renders that you worked hard on to like create the presentation as well. But for me, even like just seeing something as simple as the screenshots from Maya gives me so much confidence of how much you've like progressed, because I see like the model is far more cohesive than it was when maybe we last time spoke. So I think like you're finding ways to sort of renegotiate things that you need within the model, or how the model needs to work, between what it is that you actually want to portray with your narrative in mind as well. So I think like I would really like to commend that progress. And I think, I know it's like a work in progress image, but I really appreciate it. Like just for transparency's sake, to actually see how much change and work has been introduced into the model since we last spoke. I still think that for the renders themselves, I appreciate that there is like this difficulty with a transparent body when it comes to visualization, especially how it kind of works with the rest of the elements. But I think you could kind of rework maybe either the color palette or the material qualities of the skin in a way that might offer opportunities for you to have like something that maybe is even a bit like more matte, maybe not as transparent, but has this kind of coherency and legibility that you actually see in like a really basic plain Maya screen grab versus let's say an overly material render that you might have in the center. So I think like there's some kind of balance there that you can explore, which would improve like how the model is visualized as well. But yeah, I think like well done for sort of bringing it together. I know that there have been like hiccups, but I think throughout the process you've kind of also stayed true to what it is that you wanted to do in terms of your own narrative. So that's really great. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe you could experiment with more monotone colors. It just seems like there's too many colors and my eye doesn't know where to go. I know you're trying to distinguish different parts, but maybe in Photoshop you could just overlay a blue or a green over the entire image to kind of wash out some of the color and make it more cohesive. Maybe you could do a couple of them and see which works best. Just an idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
Or maybe a gradient, from top to bottom, like a red to a yellow, or I don't know, green, blue to green, so your eye travels down the whole object. And then maybe the pieces that are outside the body can go inside. You can experiment with that. Do things look better when the shapes are inside the body? I really like the translucency and the blurriness. I can't really tell what's going on. It's a little bit of a mystery in some areas. Yeah, I really like how it blurs out. So you could play with that, with those levels of blurred detail and more contrasty detail, and maybe have more of a rhythm and a flow to those details. But just experiment.
Yeah, okay. For sure. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Well, yeah, it was a long journey back and forth.
It was not a mid journey, it was a long journey.
It is a long journey, but yeah, I'm super happy where we are now. I'm happy that we landed on a super great way you show the projects and the design. So congratulations. I know you guys had a lot of back and forth, but yeah, let's keep the work and continue with the next chapter.
For sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have next team, B5. It's Luca, B6.
Thank you, everyone.
And Victor. Yeah, thanks. We have a team of 3. Can you go full screen? Yeah.
Hello, everybody. We are Mauricio, Valmira, Victor, and myself, Mauricio, and we are bringing to you Savo, Volume 2.
Savo is a story of love, mystery, vengeance, and rebellion. A story of the eternal conflict of good versus evil. It all begins when Starry, a clone from the year 2914, travels to the year 2403 in order to change the course of the future. His plan is foiled and ultimately it leads to his demise, but not before he falls in love with Kara and they conceive a beautiful baby girl. After he is caught sabotaging the Virta lab, Starry is forced to flee to safety, taking both Kara and the baby with him. During the escape, Starry is killed, but Kara and their daughter escape on his space vessel. In the year 2914, Savo and her mother crash on planet Earth, her mother dying on impact. Maestro Ido takes Savo under his wing and protects her as his own. As the years and decades passed, society struggled with the many environmental disasters, famine, sea level rise, and global warming. What used to be human comfort is now uninhabitable. Coastal cities have flooded, landlocked cities have scorched in the sun, and humans have been forced to adapt and sustain. Classicism is at its worst, as those living in poverty have been forced to the water, while those in power have modified the human genome. The Virta people leave the flooded cities and build Luma, the city of light. Tall and white skyscrapers reminiscent of purity and godliness are erected in honor of the demigods the Virta have become. The Maro, on the other hand, have adapted to their water city Malhela, becoming one with the sea through a blending of mutation and augmentation.
Tensions between the Virta and Marhomo people rise up as the Virta enforce their superiority over the Maru, causing an imbalance of power and resources. Our project seeks to explore the characteristics of the two factions and procure the ways in which our two characters represent their respective sides.
In our exploration, one prominent characteristic was adaptation of living underwater, be it through a system of genetic mutation, augmentation, or a combination of parasitic and mutualistic symbiosis. Part of our process was then to first identify these elements and how they fit on a human clone hybrid body, then exploring their functionality as it pertains to their inevitable use in battle. Through a series of studies, analyses, and 3D modeling of these elements, we were able to define form and clarity on their application.
For the Virta, the image have this inspiring attribute of appearing light, almost a paper or cloth-like, while at the same time integrating these sharp creases and rigid but organic bones structures. We were switching between Maro and Virta to get a feeling for both worlds, so at this stage we could find a contrast to the organic bubble water world and ideate clear and sharp surfaces with the deep. Step by step, the shapes grew more defined and were integrated into a form made for battle.
Savo, the only descendant of Stari, is faced with leading the Marhomo people in their resistance against the Virta faction. A human clone hybrid, Savo displays characteristics only present in the Virta clones, such as super healing, super strength, telekinesis, and an inherently strong sense of vigilance for what is right and just. Her superior genetic code allows for her to form a parasitic and mutualistic symbiosis with several mutated biological creatures that aid her in weaponry, visibility, and filtration. Visago, the face creature, enhances night vision, allows for underwater visibility, and helps facilitate oxygenation and filtration. Structuro, layers of biologically designed cartilage protect her skin and help interconnect the symbiosis between the other creatures. Spino, the back creature, leaches onto the spine and interconnects with her central nervous system, allowing for a mutual response in bioluminescence, wing expansion, and oxygenation. Meduso, the hand creatures, are biologically enhanced man-o-war jellyfish that release a venomous, slimy substance that interweaves throughout her arms, connecting through a system of veining and weaponizes her with a deadly toxin that can be released at her will. Balano, the feet creatures, are a colony of bioluminescent parasites that create entrancing and mesmerizing lighting. Spino, the back creature, provides a wingspan that expands upon the needs. Spino releases a fluid substance that allows for the wings to stretch when not in water and expand for gliding. Spino is then connected directly to the overall bioluminescent system that sends light signals throughout the body, communicating with the other creatures as well. Meduso, the hand creatures, connect directly on the skin, forming a bond between Savo and the Spino network. Visago helps facilitate oxygen to her mouth and nose while using the external lung system for circulation throughout the body and oxygenation of the other creatures.
And this is Hela, the Titan of Lumu, a Virta specifically gene modified for the battlefield. The technology-enhanced variation of this Virta is faster, stronger, and more agile than their non-battle companions. Advanced implants and superstructures allow HeLa to soar the skies at striking speeds and attack its enemies without mercy. The cerebral implant in the forehead is at the core of HeLa's ability to decode, receive, and send telepathic messages by enhancing sensitivity to electromagnetic fields. It also functions as the control center for the communication between organic and mechanical components. A superstructure that supports the spine, lateral back muscles, and connects the wings to the body is required to allow HeLa to withstand the extreme forces during his battles. The hand, with its thin-walled layers and expanded surface, is designed to optimize control during flight for especially risky maneuvers. It also allows HeLa to apply electrical discharge. The body of HeLa is equipped with 4 synchronicity modules like the one at the belly. These modules align the signals of the brain and cerebral implant to use the mechanical components like this arm intuitively and without lag. HeLa's scaloskin is able to deform and reconfigure itself to support him in his advances. Tissue from different locations blends together and forms rigid, deadly bone structures around the limbs that become protection and weapon at once. Depending on the situation on the battlefield, HeLa morphs between an agile and fast configuration of his body and the all-out war machine type. The skin is self-healing and shifts in order to protect exposed or vulnerable sections of the body. The vein gold superstructure is the interface between the tech composite system, HeLa's nervous system, and the modified scaloskin. HeLa's wings are imbued with vein gold fibers, which allows them to become a natural extension of HeLa's body that is super lightweight and tear resistant. Savo and HeLa are facing each other to fight a relentless battle. One fights for the right to live, for a people of hope and nature. The other is fighting to praise his kind and prove the godly calling of their actions. Only one can win. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, guys. Wonderful presentation. So much work into into everything you've done. Super happy to see that again, like you were really diving into the mid-journey explorations, trying to get them to life. And I think that it was very successful, the work that you've done. I think on the female character, there are opportunities to also venture more into ZBrush, to bring some of these details to life rather than the Maya spectrum, which you chose to explore a little bit more. But again, it's just the start of your design process in a way, and I think that it works very well underwater and the ambience that you really wanted to bring there, you really brought it to life with the renderings, and you can see all the details and everything that it entails. So really well done there. You did achieve what you were set to do. Again, on the right hand side with the male character, I think that it's very successful, how it looks just the lightness of it, and also a lot of the mid-journey explorations and how you integrated this language. It really looks very cohesive. So really well done on the storytelling and the presentations of the project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a very, very strong project. I agree with Pavlina that it's very well presented. I really like both characters, and from the concept until now, you've managed to achieve great results, in the same style. So congratulations from me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey guys, I just wanted to say great job on the project. I think on the blue character, I really like the pattern that you had going on there on the shoulder of the character. I think that was quite nice looking. And then on the white character on the right, you had a view of the back where you had you could see all the detailing, and then there was the gold elements, and I thought that was really well done. You had I liked how it was used kind of in the spine area as a large element, but then you had the little wiring accent features up top. I think it worked really well with the white. Great work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
one of the previous sketches you had of the white character with the more angled wings. I'm really, yeah, with the cape, with the white cape in the center there, with the gold wing, yeah, right there. Something I really like this sketch here. I wish you could bring some of these elements into the final image. It's the I don't know what it is exactly, but I'm drawn to this. It's the balance. Is it the balance of the shapes and the levels of detail? It's almost nice that there's not as much detail on the legs and even the colors. I know that's just a scale black model, but there's something about this image. I can't really pinpoint it, but it just, the proportions are great and the shapes. Maybe it's the angled wings. Maybe you could bring those angled wings back. They look more futuristic than wings with feathers. Don't get me wrong, your project is wonderful, but I just want to let you know I'm drawn to that sketch in the middle. I don't know. That's my 2 cents.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, I just want to say,
Yeah,
oh, sorry, go
No,
ahead.
go.
I'll just say just a couple of words. I do love your project, guys. And I must say that you had quite a well, enough complex character already, like after the first week, I remember. And then I just really want to comment on the fact that you were trying to integrate every comment coming either from you, from the main tutors, or from other people involved. You were basically listening to pretty much everyone during the workshop, and I think trying to incorporate those comments and trying to challenge yourself and take one step forward was, I mean, it's definitely commendable. Like, it's something that we need to point out, because you have quite enough of complexity already, but that didn't stop you. I'm pleased to see the white character really brought to the next level. I wouldn't think myself you'd be able to integrate such sophisticated structure and keep it coherent with the rest of the character. At some point you had none of it, and now it feels completely integrated. And that being said, I also do love the narrative now that we go back to it. You know, we've been focusing so much on the practicality of it, on the techniques, but then now, like, going back on the narrative and looking at your presentation as a full entire piece altogether. I think you're doing great. I'm really curious to see what happens with the next steps when you will get this to, like, when is going to happen, the meeting point between the two characters, how is it going to be, like, if you have something in mind already, you've been thinking of it, or you're just being too focused on finalizing your presentation in this past days and you really haven't thought about it?
We've thought about it a little bit. We've discussed where basically the only place where these two people meet is in conflict. So, I mean, I know that there's an architectural component that's coming, and I would imagine that the conflict part of it would be very destructive. So maybe it's not the ideal way to represent their architecture, because they have very different styles. But yeah, we've discussed it a little bit, where they meet and what that space is going to look like, since it's like very night and day different. So.
Well, great things, great things happen thanks to contrast and conflict, and I think that might only be your case. Either this happened at the architectural level, or like you'll be digging into different systems before taking that leap. But I think whatever it happens, I'm really curious to come back and see it happening real time. I don't know if I'm given the chance, but I'll try to be back and see what's happening.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Really thank you.
Yeah, great project.
Guys,
oh, sorry.
So go ahead. Hello. Yeah, hey guys, just wanted to add great work. I love both the characters. I had one question for the blue character. why did you decide to leave the forehead as it is?
Why did I decide to leave what? Sorry.
The forehead of the character quite distinct.
Well, she's a human, so there is at least some element to it that she has to remain this human clone hybrid creature, and so I couldn't really decide what that creature would do. Basically, everything else that she has on her body is serving a purpose, and other than like covering her hair, I couldn't come up with anything. So ultimately, it was just a decision of really like revealing a little bit that she is a person.
Yeah. I mean, I guess like that's something that maybe you could work on a bit, because right now it seems that it's a bit incomplete. Like that integration doesn't feel right, at least to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I think like other than that, like both the characters, I love how you guys have developed it. It definitely looks much more developed and looks really nice.
Maybe a ponytail. Maybe if you gave her a ponytail, or I agree. Maybe just experiment with some hairstyles, or what if you brought the back of the prosthesis down a little bit? I don't know the answer, but I'm sure you could find it if you do a couple sketches.
Yeah, maybe gradually like that pattern. Can you zoom in at the head? Maybe that pattern slowly, gradually, like instead of having this sharp change where like that pattern goes only up to the forehead, maybe you have a like it disintegrates into the forehead gradually.
Yeah. For me, also on this character, it still doesn't feel like it feels like a suit that she's wearing, right? But then like we're talking more about like a mutation still on the body. So I think that like still like this moment that like when you see it, like the first like interaction, like your first thought is like, oh, this is something on top of an existing body, rather than like an integration into it. And I think that again, like the mid-journey explorations you've had like with the fins and how they go around on the top, on the left-hand side about like the female character. Like they were like more a little bit further up the mid-journey of the female character. I don't know. Okay, yes. Some of those, like they really like look like exactly like the mutations, right? Like underwater. And now it's like a little bit like still like like something that it's like this bodysuit. So that's my only like hesitation here. Like again, like the way that like things were, especially on the torso. If you see like how like things like are more integrated with the skin, I think that that's an interesting way also like to portray, carve out a little bit like of the skin and how like this was portrayed. Around the left hand side. Can you zoom in a little bit? Not the left mid-journey. Yeah. Yeah, I think that like that's like some interesting, like outcomes that you have like on, again, like how to work with the skin and how the mutation could become and this texturing. And that's why I think that, working with ZBrush on some of these textures and the body, like it's actually like very helpful like on that level. So you could definitely, like try it even like in the next chapter and like think like how, some of these integrations might happen. Although again, like depends on where you're taking with the architectural piece, right? But yeah, other than that, I think it's like really cohesive story. You guys are working very well together. You're finding opportunities like to tell it from multiple angles, and I think that's, commendable. So thank you guys for the amazing work and amazing presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
I want to jump in quickly just for a two-line comment. It won't take much time. So honestly, I love this project a lot. I've been following these guys like from the work in progress week. They have been doing some early sketches from Mid-Journey, and I love the style they explore it. Like from the images, they started those small models of the jacket and the skull. I really appreciated that. And also, I mean, of course, the drama is on top level in this group, but other than that, the design and the balance of the three team member is such a great example here. Like you guys balance each other in terms of design, in terms of narration and story so well. Like I really like this team overall. I mean, of course, the design, but the team as well overall.
Thank you, so kind.
Thank you.
So, and we love the appreciation for the drama.
Of course.
Okay, thank you guys. Let's move on to the last team, last but not least. We have B7, Prashant and Anita.
Yes. Can I share my screen? Who's sharing right now? Someone's sharing their screen.
Yeah, just
I'm
share
unable
your
to.
screen.
Okay.
Yeah, just share your screen and it will overlay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you open Miro? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Outer Zone, that is Oz, Chapter 1, The Wizard. Myself, Prashant Firike, and my teammate Anita will be your guides in the tour of the world of Oz.
So our story concept stems from Oz Reimagined, in a place otherwise referred to as the Outer Zone, a planet within a universe beyond ours in present day, where plants and animals have been permitted to evolve for thousands of years without human interference. So the story begins with a teenage girl named Dahlia, who unwillingly falls through a wormhole, which takes her to this new planet called Oz. When falling to this place, she unknowingly disturbed the grave of the Dark Witch, which permits the soul of the Dark Witch to escape her grave. And now Dahlia must join with the great and powerful wizard, the only one to have knowingly battled the Dark Witch before and won, and embark upon a journey to find a way home for Dahlia and to stop the Dark Witch before the night of the blood moon, or the utopian existence of Oz will be no more. So in our story, we selected the character of the wizard, and we started our process within Mid-Journey. We looked for various characteristics, elements that we wanted the character to maintain. And within that design concept, we had certain thoughts. We wanted the wizard to have undergone a mutation. We wanted his body to be organic, because mainly of the environment that he's in. We also wanted him to retain some human elements. Additionally, our concept was we wanted him to be a warrior, have some source of magical emission or essence, have some type of armor, battle gear, but again, it had to be organic. So this is where the concept of pulling the skeleton outside the body came from, pulling it upward, the skull upward to form a helmet, forward for a chest plate, backwards to protect the spine, as well as some elements on both the arms and the legs, where the skeleton was extruding from the skin to actually provide somewhat of an exoskeleton element of protection. So now Prashant's going to take us through the character functionality. Prashant?
Yeah, thank you, Anita. So coming to the different abilities and qualities of the wizard, the skull helmet, which is an extension to his actual skull, which protects his brain and serves as a sensory organ hub. The sensory eye bones provide him visual information, and the chest plate protects the heart and works as armor. The skeleton infused with saronite, a blue-colored element found in the world of Oz, which is extremely rare. In addition to this, the spine, which is an extension of the backbone, provides a protection to attack. Terminal plate, a protection to any of the low blow attacks. The saronite gives these plates an added ability of speed and agility while the wizard is engaged in battles. Also, the feet are absent with any kind of flesh, which allows the wizard to use his enhanced mobility. Wizard consists of 4 main components: the spine, the skeleton. Here we tried to create a material inspired from blue color selenite, muscle or flesh group, and the most important, his magical circulatory system, which is the source of his magic, which flows through the whole body.
So because of the importance of the bone, we created a new material specifically for the skeleton. Prashant incorporated the blue color along with various iridescent elements and textures to provide a unique combination for the character's skeletal system.
Coming down to a few more visuals, the front part of the body consisting skeletal system, which extends to the outside of the body, creating a type of armor for critical areas of the body and vital internal organs against assaults to the front. Over here on the right side of the body, the skeletal system provides additional protection to the side of the chest, the arms, and the legs. We try to replicate the same effect on the left side of the body, where the arm plates are present and the chest plates, and they give protection to the overall chest. In this render and the many others as well, you can see the red glow showing coming out of his body, which is his magical circulatory system. In the back render, the spine is connected to the backbone, which is extension of the skeletal system, interlaced back muscles of the body, giving the wizard added stability and structural integrity. How interlacing and flesh is working, and to show you the battle marks on the flesh when he went through battles. Connection of leg muscles and bones. The leg, as I mentioned earlier, the feet bones, as there is no.
We weren't able to hear you. You're cutting out a lot.
Can you stop your camera, maybe?
Yes.
Joined on from another device, maybe.
Or I don't know.
Yeah,
like
I hope you guys can. Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
now we can hear you.
Yeah, without the camera is fine.
Coming to these. Okay. Okay, coming to these more zoomed in views to show the connection and integration of the leg muscles and bones. These leg added structural stability and protection for both the front and back of the legs. This is another zoomed in view of the head to show how the integration between the flesh and the skeleton is happening over the head area. And another one of the upper back area showing the integration of spine with the flesh. And here we conclude the story of the wizard. Hope you've enjoyed it, and we will see you for the further development of the story in the outer zone in next chapter. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. It's a really strong project. I love how you're always like taking direction very well. You're implementing, the knowledge. Also, again, like a very steep learning curve, like throughout like this past chapter. You've done such an incredible job with, like the bones and the flesh, and really representing this like through the renderings, materiality, working with ZBrush. It's quite a complex design that like you are achieving here. So definitely amazing work on that. I love also how you're very flexible. You're also like, changing the story as you go, especially when it comes to the mid-journey explorations, and again, like focusing on the main character. If there is something that like I might be missing or would like to see more like as a development of the project, might be like some portions of clothing of this character, and especially when I'm seeing again like the explorations that you've done with Midjourney as a base point to like the wizard and how this could be developed. I think that like some kind of like again like cape or like like any kind of actually like a garment might help like this geometry like in the character just like being like even better. And again like but I love that how you're working with the human body and how you're like showing like the distortions and the mutations and everything that has to do with it. I'm not too, very convinced like with the system that has to do with the circulation part of the body. For me, it's like it's an add-on that like I'm not really sure if it adds really like any value to your creation, but everything else, like especially like the like how it's mitigated, like the skeleton and the muscles and the flesh like are like worked. I think it's a really beautiful work. So thank you guys.
Thank you, Paulina.
Thank you.
Should I stop sharing?
No, just yeah, keep it. Any comments?
Congratulations, guys. It's a really strong and complex project. I like it a lot. For me, maybe the body is a bit naked. It seems like that. Maybe I agree with Paulina about her comment that you could add something over it. But other than that, it's really, really strong one. And thank you.
Well, I mean, during the whole development of the character as well, this question of if the character should have clothing or not. I mean, if we supposed to have a cape, it will like hide all of the details which we worked on to create the back and the interlacing between the flesh and the spine, and which was a really interesting detail which came out after the modeling part. So that's why it was a crucial thing if we should have clothing or not. But yeah, we can experiment with that definitely.
You have layers and you have different renders, right? Like you don't need to show the same render always, like with the cape or always without the cape. Like that's where, like it's interesting to see like, like what the exploration could be. I do agree that you have like some really intricate work on the whole body, right? And that was like your part and that's where you wanted to focus and it's very successful. But what we're saying is that like another layer, like on top of everything might complement the work. And again, like the ways that you're portraying that and which renders you're choosing to have during the storytelling, they're not a hindrance, right? Like the body still exists, the work like that you've done, like it's still like like absolutely stunning. So
okay,
we just to add on there. We did do some playing around with clothing, but I think I think we will add clothing. It was just that I think when we got to this point, we were trying to focus on the body, and typical clothing would have covered up some of the elements. So what we've been doing in the work in progress board is actually playing with different concepts of clothing, maybe adhesive types of pieces that would not cover up a lot of the detail, but would actually kind of provide that element that you're talking about. So thank you for that. We're still working on that.
Okay, that's great to hear. Yeah, because like again, like I think that especially the mid-journey explorations that you showed, the new ones, like they're like like conveying this message about like something that like it's mystical and covering, and then like you see the bones like still portraying from it and the darkness of it and how scary it looks, right? Like so there are elements that like you could like still like bring in.
Okay.
Yes, agree.
And it's also about the specific renders, like the angles that you are choosing, because in the middle of the board you have this render with the naked butt in front of us, and that's why you just the first thing that goes in your mind it's that it's naked. Yeah. Maybe if it's not so big or different angle, it will be totally different. Yeah, but I think that's the main. That's why we are thinking about it.
We're not getting the point here.
We can fix that.
Yeah. Cool.
Hi guys.
Nick.
I just want to know, you know what I'm gonna ask, right?
Yeah.
I just want to know what happened to those nice familiars, you know, like all this kind of like friendly characters that you built around your main one. Like,
Well, the gnomes.
Yeah,
I know what you're gonna ask. So the gnomes are gonna be in the next chapter. So when the corpuscle and all that, we were going to design the habitat because they are the people and they are the population who is basically encompassing the world of Oz. So yeah, we'll be designing for them. And Wizard is kind of a character who overlooks and protects those people, the gnomes. So yeah, it will be a value addition in the story in the next chapter.
Okay.
But yeah, you've seen the work in progress of that as well. But yes.
Because you guys, you have such a unique way, as well, such a unique touch on the way you model characters. I think we've been appreciating it since the beginning. That was like after the first couple of days, you already like had like 5 or 6 different characters that had a clear potential, and then you decided to go with the wizard, which was cool, but at the same time really push you in a way to find a way to squeeze in the narrative, like those other ones which had equal potential, if not even more, at least some of them. And I remember there was a moment you were working with this crab becoming actually being integrated, embodied right in the wizard character. So seeing that disappearing along with all the rest was kind of a surprise to me, but I'm conscious of the fact that you guys can model pretty fast, and yeah, you have your own language that you develop. So I'm just wishing I'll be able to see more of that coming in the next chapters. Honestly,
definitely. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you guys for the work. I know that from the beginning for now, like it was also a hard process for you, but you managed to pull off. You like listen to our feedback and you pulled out. I think the project is great, and yeah, looking forward to seeing the gnomes and the corpuscles. Yeah.
Yes, definitely. And thanks for pushing us from time to time.
And this was the last thing from my group. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much, everyone. Such an incredible, body of work, like chapter 1, like such amazing work and the vibe. And, I'm just so glad to see like you guys like forming your teams, like trying to, like get like all these like crazy ideas that you had like throughout the concept lab, like out like for Prosthesis. Excited to see like how the narration and the whole story is going to go in the next chapters. The next chapter is corpuscle, so it's going to be, like we're going to meet on Monday with Tung, and he's going to give a lecture on the corpuscle part. You're going to have actually 3 weeks before your core leads join you. Radu is here, I can see, and Alejandro Garcia de Gaitea, he's going to join us too, like as core leads for chapter 2. But yeah, like it's going to be like, again, like thinking about, what is your next step? What are you going to build from all these very, rich stories that you have, and how you're going to like continue telling the story of, like your characters and new worlds that you're recreating. Thank you so much for, the hard work, the amazing, presentations today. I just want to thank also Nicholas, Alexander, and Keyur, like for, like their inputs and, showing you this like amazing like workflows and, like pushing you and working with you guys, and also Tung, Heva, and Pedro, obviously, like for their like daily support. And thank you to our guests today, our students from last year. I hope that like you enjoyed the work and the progress of how the program is like like moving forward, and also to our guests that honored us today with their presence and their comments. Thank you for your time and for all your support. It means so much to us. This is fairly new endeavor for DesignMorphine. So, like it doesn't mean a lot because we're carving a new way, of computational design, advanced design, a new norm of education, if you could say, right? Like it's a very unconventional and very focused, like way to gain knowledge, to, build knowledge as we go through like different chapters. The focus of the software is going to be different. We were focused more on polygonal modeling, Maya, and ZBrush for this chapter, but we are moving forward into Rhino and Grasshopper for the next chapter. So we are going to be like using the knowledge that you already have, but then like building on top of it. So it's going to be like quite an interesting process for you guys. So yeah, thank you for everyone for being here. Amazing work, super proud of everyone and their progress. I think it's like really an amazing, day and opportunity to see like all this progress. Thank you guys. Have a wonderful day or night, depends where you are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ciao.